Stargate Book presents The Secret Teachings to Manifest Your Reality. Rare Conferences of Neville Goddard by Neville Goddard. Digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Harmon. If there is something tonight that you really desire in this world, then experience in your imagination what you would experience in the flesh if you realized your goal. And then, close your ears and eyes to everything that denies the reality of your assumption. Neville, 1948. Lesson 1. Consciousness is the only reality. This will be a very practical course. Therefore, I hope that each of you will have a clear picture of what you desire, because I am convinced that with the technique you will receive here this week, in these 5 lessons, you can realize your desires. So that you may receive maximum benefit from these instructions, I want to state now that the Bible has no reference to people who never existed or events that never occurred on earth. The ancient storytellers did not write a story, but a great lesson, in the form of allegorical images, of some basic principles, which they clothed in the garb of history, and adapted these stories to the limited capacity of an ignorant and gullible people. Over the centuries we have mistaken the personifications of the Bible for people, the allegory for the story, the vehicle that conveyed instruction for instruction, and the most obvious gross sense for the ultimate intended sense. The difference between the form of the Bible and its substance is as great as the difference between a grain of wheat and the germ of life within the grain. Just as our organs of assimilation discriminate between food to be incorporated into our bodies and food that must be eliminated, so our awakened intuitive faculties discover, behind the allegory and the parable, the psychological germ of life in the Bible, and by feeding on it, we too discard the form that conveyed the message. The rebuttal on the historicity of the Bible is too long, and unsuitable for inclusion in this practical psychological interpretation of its stories. Therefore, I will not waste time in trying to convince you that the Bible is not about historical facts. Tonight, I will take 4 stories and show you what the ancient storytellers wanted us to see in these stories. The ancient storytellers attached psychological truths to them with phallic and solar allegories. They did not know the physical structure of man as well as our modern scientists, nor did they know as much about the heavens as our modern astronomers. But they wisely used the little they knew and constructed phallic and solar frames to which they attached the great psychological truths they had discovered. The Old Testament is full of phallic worship. Since it is of no use, I do not intend to emphasize it, but will only show you how to interpret it. Before we get to the first of the psychological dramas that you and I can use in a practical sense, I would like to name the 2 prominent names in the Bible, namely God or Jehovah, and the one we call his son, Jesus. The ancients wrote these names using small symbols. Ancient Hebrew was not a language that could be pronounced with the breath. It was a mystical language, never pronounced by man. Those who understood it as a mathematician understands the symbols of higher mathematics. It was not something that people used to convey thought the way I use the English language now. For the ancients, the name of God, Jehovah, was written Yod-He, Vav-He. I will take these symbols and explain them in our normal earthy language. The first letter Yod is a hand or a seed. Not simply a hand, but the hand of the director. If there is one organ of man that discriminates and distinguishes him from the whole world of creation, it is his hand. What we call a hand, in the anthropoid ape, is not a hand. It is used only to bring food to the mouth or to swing from branch to branch. Man's hand, on the other hand, shapes, creates. We cannot truly express ourselves without the hand. It is the hand of the builder, the hand of the director. It directs, shapes, and builds his world. Ancient storytellers called this first letter, Yod, the absolute hand or seed from which the entire creation comes. The second letter, He, has the symbol of a window. The window is an eye. It is to the house what the eye is to the body. The third letter, Vav, is symbolized as a nail, since it binds things together. The conjunction E in the Hebrew language is precisely this third letter Vav. To say man and woman, I have to put vowel in the middle to bind things together. The fourth and final letter, he, is another window or eye. To understand these symbols, you must forget the words eyes, windows, hands, and think of yod, he, vowel, he in this way. The first letter, yod, is your I am, your awareness from which all states of consciousness come. The second letter, he, the I, is your ability to perceive, to imagine something that seems to be other than self, as if you are lost in reverie and contemplate mental states in a detached manner, making the thinker and his thoughts separate entities. The third letter, vowel, is your ability to feel that you are what you wish to be. By feeling that you are, you become aware that you are. The ability to persist in your imaginal act and walk as if you were what you want to be means pulling your desire out of the imaginal world and putting vow on it. You have completed the scene of creation. I become aware of something. Then I become aware of actually being what I was aware of. The fourth and final letter is another he, another I, symbolizing the objective visible world that constantly bears witness to what I am conscious of being. You do nothing about your objective world. It always shapes itself in harmony with what you are conscious of being. We are told that this is the name by which all things are made, and without which there is nothing made that is made. The name is simply what you have now as you sit here. You are aware that you are you not? Certainly I am. You are also aware of something that is other than you. The room, the furniture, the people. Yod, he, vowel, he. The name represents your consciousness, to which you can nail or bind anything. Now you can become selective. You may not wish to be other than what you are, or to own what you see. But you have the ability to feel what it would be like if you were now other than what you are. The moment you assume that you are what you want to be, you have completed the name of God, or yod, he, vowel, he. The end result, the materialization of your assumption, is none of your business. It will automatically come into view when you assume the consciousness of being that thing. Let us now turn to the name of the Son, to whom dominion over the world is given. You are that Son, the great Joshua or Yehoshua of the Old Testament, whose name has been westernized in the New Testament with Jesus. In the Hebrew language, the Son's name is almost like the Father's name. The first three letters of the Father's name are the same as the Son's name, yod, he, vowel. Then the symbols shin and ayin are added, making the Son's name read yod, he, vowel, shin, ayin. We have seen what the meaning of the first three letters is. Yod means you are aware. He means you are aware of something. Vowel means you become aware of being what you were aware of. You have dominion because you have the ability to conceive and become what you conceive. This is the power of creation. But why is a shin put in the Son's name? Because of the infinite mercy of the Father. Mind you, the Father and the Son are one. But when the Father becomes aware that he is his creation, man, he puts into the condition called man, that which he does not give to himself. He places a shin for this purpose, the symbol of which is a tooth. A tooth is that thing that consumes, that devours. I must have within me the power to devour what I now dislike. For example, in my ignorance, I have given birth to certain things that I now dislike and would like to leave behind. If there were not within me the flame to consume them, I would be doomed to live forever with my mistakes. But within the Son's name there is a shin, or flame, that enables the Son to detach himself from the states he has previously expressed in the world. Man can see nothing but the content of his consciousness. If now in consciousness I detached myself from this room, turning my attention away from it, then I would no longer be aware of it. There is something in me that devours it within me. This room can live in my objective world only if I keep it alive within my consciousness. It is the shin, or tooth, in the Son's name that gives it absolute dominion. It cannot be in the Father's name, for the simple reason that in the Father, nothing can cease to be. Not even unpleasant things can cease to be. That which has once been given expression remains forever locked in our dimensionally greater self, which is the Father. But not wishing to keep all my errors alive in my world, I, the Father, in my infinite grace, when I became man, gave myself the power to detach myself from these things that, in my ignorance, I gave birth to in my world. These are the two names that give you dominion over your world. You have dominion if, as you walk the earth, you are aware that your consciousness is God, the one and only reality. You become aware of something that you would like to express or possess. You have the ability to feel that you are, and possess what only a moment before was imaginary. The end result, the embodiment of your assumption, is completely outside the powers of your three-dimensional mind. It will come to birth in a way that no man knows. If these two names are clear in your mind's eye, you will see that they are your eternal names. As you sit here, you are this Yod-He-Vav-He. You are Yod-He-Vav-Shin-Ayin. The Bible stories deal exclusively with the power of imagination. They are true dramatizations of the technique of prayer, because prayer is the secret to changing the future. The Bible reveals the key by which man accesses a dimensionally larger world in order to change the conditions of the smaller world in which he lives. An answered prayer implies that, thanks to prayer, something has been done that otherwise would not have been done. Therefore, man is the spring of action, the directing mind, and the grantor of prayer. The stories of the Bible contain a powerful challenge to man's ability to think. The underlying truth, namely that they are psychological dramas and not historical facts, requires reiteration, as it is the only justification for the stories. And with a little imagination, we can easily trace the psychological meaning of all the stories in the Bible. In Genesis chapter 1 we read that, God said, "Let us make man in our image and likeness, and let him have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over all the reptiles that creep upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Genesis. In this first chapter of the Bible, the ancient teachers laid the foundation that God and man are one, and that man has dominion over the whole earth. If God and man are one, then God can never be so far away as not even to be near, because even nearness implies separation. The question then arises, who is God? God is man's consciousness, his awareness, his I am. Life is a psychological drama in which we bring circumstances to pass by our attitudes rather than by our actions. The foundation on which all things are based is man's conception of himself. He acts as he does and experiences what he has because his conception of himself is what it is. If he had a different self-conception, he would act differently and have different experiences. Man, assuming the feeling of his fulfilled desire, changes his future in harmony with his assumption, because an assumption, though false, if sustained, is consolidated into fact. The undisciplined mind finds it difficult to assume a state that is denied by the senses. But the ancient masters discovered that sleep, or a sleep-like state, helped man create his assumptions. Therefore, they represented man's first creative act as one in which man was in a deep sleep. This not only sets the pattern for all future creative acts, but shows us that man has only one substance truly his own to use in creating his world, and that is himself. And the Lord God man caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and while he slept, God took away one of his ribs and closed in its place flesh. And with the rib which the Lord God had taken away from man, he created woman. Genesis 2:21-22. Before God fashioned this woman for man, he brought to Adam the beasts of the field and the birds of the air, and made Adam give them a name. As Adam called each of the living creatures, that was their name. Genesis 2:19. You are Adam, and the animals exist in you as your moods, the feelings to which you give life. Name your desire. Touch it with feeling, and the state of mind, desire takes shape. Do you want to be happy, successful, and feel secure? Or do you want to feel sad, poor, and insecure? I don't care what your desire may be. Its state of mind is inside you waiting to be called into being. Just as you call sleep into being by saying, I feel sleepy, in the same way you can call any desired state into being. Adam named the beasts of the field and the birds of the air. Then, naming the state of mind he wanted to express, Adam fell asleep so that what he had named became objectified. And there is no record of Adam ever awakening from this sleep. The technique I teach places emphasis on this creative state of sleep. I want to remind you again that all the stories in the Bible are about you. By introducing many different characters, they represent the technique by which you can modify your conception of you. And when this is done, your future is modified, because all the events are realized in your individual mind. Let us turn to Genesis chapter 32 and read the story of Jacob wrestling with an angel. It is written, Jacob stood alone, and an angel wrestled with him until daybreak. When the angel saw that he did not prevail against Jacob, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and Jacob's thigh was put out of joint as he continued to wrestle with him. Therefore, to this day, the children of Israel do not eat the nerve that passes through the hollow of the thigh, because the angel touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh on the nerve, which contracted. Genesis 32:24-32. This story was written centuries ago, and yet today there are those who, believing it to the letter, do not eat the part of an animal supposedly connected to the area of Jacob's thigh that contracted. If you take a concordance or Bible dictionary and look up the word thigh used in this account, you will see that it has nothing to do with the thigh. It is in fact defined as the procreative soft parts of a man which hang on his thigh. Ancient storytellers used this phallic frame to reveal a great psychological truth. An angel is a messenger of God. You are God, in that you have just discovered that your consciousness is God, and you have an idea, a message. You struggle with an idea, a desire, because you don't know that you are already what you desire, and you don't believe you can become it. You would like to, but you don't believe you can. Who struggles with the angel? Jacob. And the name Jacob means the supplanter. You would like to transform yourself and become that which reason and your senses deny. And as you struggle with your ideal, trying to feel that you are, this happens. When you actually feel that you are, something comes out of you and you can say, "Who touched me? Because I perceive virtue has come out of me." Just as in a physical procreative act, after successful meditation, you become for a moment unable to continue the act. After successful prayer, you are just as helpless as after a physical procreative act. And when you reach your satisfaction, the hunger is gone. If the hunger persists, you have not succeeded in exploding the idea within you. You have not succeeded in becoming truly aware that you are what you wanted to be. When you came out of your depth, there was still that thirst. If I can feel within myself that I am what, until a few seconds before, I knew I was not but longed to be, then I am no longer hungry to be. I am no longer thirsty because I feel satisfied in that state. Then something contracts within me, not physically, but in my feelings, in my consciousness, because such is the fertility of man. He retreats so much into his desire that he loses the desire to continue this meditation. He does not physically stop, but simply has no desire to continue the meditative act. When you pray, believe that you have received, and you will receive. Mark 11:24. When the physical creative act is completed, the nerve in the hollow of the male thigh retracts, and the man finds himself temporarily powerless, no longer capable of the act. Similarly, when the man prays successfully, he believes he is already what he wished to be, so he cannot continue to desire to be what he is aware he already is. At the moment of physical and psychological satisfaction, something comes out, and over time, bears witness to man's creative power. The next story is in Genesis chapter 38, where it tells of King Judah I and his daughter-in-law Tamar. The first three letters of the name Judah are Yod-He-Vav. The word Tamar means palm tree, or the most beautiful, the most comely. A tall, majestic palm tree also flourishes in the desert, and wherever it is, there is an oasis. When you see a palm tree in the desert, you have found what you were most looking for in that arid land. For a man traveling in the desert, there is nothing more desirable than the sight of a palm tree. In our case, to be practical, our goal is the palm tree. That is, the majestic, the beautiful that we seek. Whatever it is that we want, that we really desire, is personified in the story as Tamar the Beautiful. It is written that she clothed herself in the veils of a prostitute and sat in a public place. When her father-in-law, King Judah, arrived, he fell in love with her and offered her a kid to be intimate with her. Then she said, "What will you give me as a pledge until you give me the kid?" And he said, "What pledge do you want me to give you?" And she said, "Your seal and your cord and the staff in your hand." Genesis 38:18. Whereupon he took from her hand the ring and the cord, and gave them to her together with the scepter. And he joined himself to her and knew her, and she bore him a son. This is the story. Now let's interpret it. Man has only one gift that is truly his to give, and that is himself. He has no other gifts, as told to us in the first creative act of Adam, who begat the woman from himself. Likewise, Judah had only one gift to give that is truly his self, as symbolized by the ring, cord, and scepter, for they were the symbols of his kingship. Man offers what he is not himself, but life demands that he give the one thing that symbolizes himself. Give me your seal, your cord, and your scepter. These objects make the king. Therefore, when he gives them, he gives himself. You are the great King Judah, and before you can know your Tamar and have her bring your likeness into the world, you must enter her and give of yourself. Suppose I want security. I cannot get it by knowing people who possess it, nor can I get it by recommendations. I have to become aware of being secure. Suppose I wish to be healthy. Pills will not give me health, nor will diet or climate. I must become aware of being healthy by assuming the feeling of being healthy. Or perhaps I wish to become known in the world. Simply looking at kings, presidents, and famous people and living in their reflection will not elevate me. I must become aware that I am noble and worthy, and walk as if I am already what I now wish to be. When I walk in that light, I give myself to the image that pervaded my mind, and in time, it will give me a child, that is, I will objectify a world in harmony with what I am aware of being. You are King Judah, and you are also Tamar. When you become aware that you are what you want to be, you are Tamar. Then you crystallize your desire in the world around you. It does not matter which Bible stories you read, nor how many characters the ancient storytellers introduced. There is only one thing we must always keep in mind. They all take place in the mind of the individual man. All the characters live in the mind of the individual man. As you read the story, adapt it to the path of the self. Recognize that your consciousness is the only reality. Then, make it clear to yourself what you want to be. Then assume the feeling of being what you want to be, and stay true to your assumption, living and acting according to your belief. Always adapt it to this path. Our third interpretation concerns the story of Isaac and his two sons, Esau and Jacob. Genesis chapter 27. The scene presented is that of a blind man who is deceived by his second son into giving him the blessing that belonged to his first son. The story emphasizes the fact that the deception is accomplished through the sense of touch. And Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near, my son, so that I may touch you and feel whether you are my son Esau or not." And Jacob approached his father Isaac, who could touch him and feel him. And as soon as Isaac had finished giving his blessing to Jacob, and Jacob had just left his father's presence, his brother Esau returned from the hunt. Genesis 27:21-30. This story can be very helpful if you reenact it now. Always keep in mind that all the characters in the Bible are personifications of abstract ideas that must be realized in the individual man. You are the blind father and the two sons. Isaac is old and blind. Sensing the approach of death, he calls his first son, Esau, a rough, hairy boy, and sends him out into the woods to hunt for deer meat. The second son, Jacob, a smooth-skinned boy, heeds his father's request. Desiring his brother's birthright, Jacob, the smooth-skinned boy, kills one of his father's sheep and skins it. Then, dressed in the lamb's skin, he cunningly enters and tricks his father into thinking he is Esau. Father says, "Come closer, my son, that I may touch you. I cannot see, but draw near that I may feel you." Notice the emphasis in this account on feeling. He approaches and the father says, "The voice is Jacob's, but the hands are Esau's." And hearing this roughness, the reality of his son Esau, he pronounces the blessing and gives it to Jacob. As Isaac pronounces the blessing, and Jacob has just left his presence, his brother Esau returns from the hunt. This is a very important verse. Do not grieve in our practical approach to it, because while you are sitting here, you too are Isaac. This room in which you are sitting is your present Esau. It is your rough world of the senses, known through reason, through your physical organs. All your senses testify to the fact that you are here in this room. Everything tells you that you are here, but you may not want to be here. You can apply this method for any purpose. The room you are sitting in at any time, the environment in which you are placed, represents your rough-skinned world, known through the senses, the son who is personified in the story as Esau. What you would like instead of what you have or are is your smooth-skinned state, or Jacob, the supplanter. You cannot hunt down your visible world by denying it, as many do. By asserting that it does not exist, you make it even more real. Instead, you must simply turn your attention away from the region of sensation that is currently the room around you, and focus it on what you want to put in its place, on what you want to make real. In focusing on your goal, the secret is to bring it here. You must make the elsewhere here, and the after the now, and imagine that your goal is so close that you can touch it. Suppose at this very moment I want a piano here, in this room. Seeing a piano in my mind's eye as existing elsewhere does not work. But visualizing it in this room as being here, resting my mental hand on it and feeling it solidly real, is equivalent to taking this subjective state, personified as my second son Jacob, and bringing it so close that I can feel it. It is said that Isaac was blind. You are blind because with your physical organs you cannot see your goal. You cannot see it with your objective senses. You can only perceive it with your mind and bring it so close that you can touch it as if it were solidly real now. When you do this and get lost in the feeling of its reality and feel it real, open your eyes. What happens when you open your eyes? The room, which only a moment ago was locked out, comes back from the chase. You have just given your blessing that is, you have felt the imaginary state as real that the objective world, which apparently seemed unreal, returns. It does not speak to you in Esau's words, but the very room around you tells you by its presence that you have deceived yourself. It tells you that while you were lost in contemplation, in the feeling of being now what you wish to be, in the feeling of possessing now what you wish to possess, you were simply self-deceiving. Look at this room. It denies that you are anywhere else. But if you know the law, you will now say, "Even though your brother came by cunning and deceived me and took your birthright, I have given him your blessing and cannot withdraw it." In other words, you must remain true to this subjective reality and not withdraw the power of birth from it. You have given it birthright, and it will become an objective fact in your world. In this limited space of yours, there is no place for two things to occupy the same space at the same time. By making the subjective real, it is resurrected in your world. Take the idea you wish to embody and assume that you already are. Lose yourself in this feeling until your assumption turns out to be solidly real. When you give your desire a sense of reality, you have given it the blessing that belongs to the objective world, and you need not help its birth any more than you need to help the birth of a child or a seed you plant in the ground. The seed you plant grows without human help, because it contains within itself all the power and plans necessary for its self-expression. Tonight you can reenact the drama of Isaac blessing his second son, and see what happens in the immediate future in your world. Your present environment will vanish. Your life circumstances will change to make way for the coming of the one to whom you have given your life. As you walk in the knowledge that you are what you wanted to be, you objectify it without the help of others. Tonight's fourth story is taken from the last of the books attributed to Moses. If you need evidence to prove that Moses did not write it, read the story carefully. It is found in Deuteronomy chapter 34. If you ask a priest or rabbi who the author of this book is, they will tell you that it was written by Moses. If that is true, then Moses wrote his obituary. A man could sit down and write what he would like to be written on his tombstone. But here is a man who writes his obituary, then dies, and so totally erases all traces of himself that he challenges posterity to find where he buried himself. Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. And he buried himself in a valley in the land of Moab, opposite Bet-Peor, but no one knows the place of his burial to this day. Moses was 120 years old when he died, but his eye was not dim, nor his vigor diminished. Deuteronomy 34:5, 6, 7. Tonight, not tomorrow, you must learn the technique of writing your obituary, to die so completely to what you are, so that no man in the world can find out where you buried the old you. If you are now sick and become healthy, and I know you by the fact that you are sick, can you indicate the place where you buried the sick you? If you are poor and borrowing from each of your friends, and suddenly you find yourself rolling in wealth, where did you bury the you that was poor? Erase poverty so completely from your mind's eye that there is no place in the world you can point to and say, "This is where I left it." A complete transformation of consciousness erases all evidence that anything other than you ever existed. The finest technique for accomplishing any goal is given in the first verse of Deuteronomy chapter 34. And Moses went up from the steppes of Moab on Mount Nebo to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord showed him the whole land, from Gilead even to Dan. You will say, "So what?" But let us take a concordance and see the words here. The first word, Moses, means to bring out, to save, to lift up, to fetch. In other words, Moses is the personification of man's power of awareness, which can pull out of him what he seeks, because everything comes from within, not from without. You pull out from within you as something objective for you, what you want to express now. You are Moses coming out of the plain of Moab. The word Moab is a contraction of two Hebrew words, mem and ab, meaning mother-father. Your consciousness is the mother-father. There is no other cause of your world. Your I am, your awareness, is this Moab or mother-father. You always pull something out of it. The following word is Nebo, which, in the concordance, is defined as a prophecy. A prophecy is something subjective. If I say, "Thus it is and thus it will be," it is an image in the mind, not yet a fact. We have to wait to prove or disprove this prophecy. In our language, Nebo is your wish. It is named after a mountain because it is something that seems impossible to climb and is therefore seemingly impossible to achieve. A mountain is bigger than you and towers above you. So Nebo personifies what you desire to be as opposed to what you are. The word Pisgah means contemplate, and Jericho is a fragrant odor. Gilead means the hills of the witness, and the last word Dan means the prophet. Now let us try to put them all together in a practical sense and understand what the ancients were trying to tell us. While I am here, having discovered that my consciousness is God, and that I, simply by feeling that I am what I want to be, can transform myself into the likeness of what I am assuming myself to be, I know that I now have everything I need to climb this mountain. I define my goal. I don't call it Nebo, I call it my desire. Whatever I desire, this is my Nebo. This is my great mountain that I am going to climb. So I begin to contemplate my desire, all the way to the top of Pisgah. I must contemplate my goal in such a way that I get the reaction of satisfaction. If I do not get the pleasure reaction, then Jericho cannot be seen, because Jericho is a fragrant smell. When I feel that I am what I want to be, I cannot suppress the joy that comes from that feeling. I must always contemplate my goal, until I have the feeling of satisfaction, personified as Jericho. Then I do nothing to make it visible in my world, because the hills of Gilead, i.e. the people and the whole vast world around me, come to bear witness. They come to testify that I am what I have assumed myself to be and what I uphold within myself. When my world conforms to my assumption, the prophecy, Nebo, is fulfilled. If I now know what I want to be and assume that I am, and I walk as if I were, I become it, and by becoming it, I die so completely to my previous conception of myself that I cannot point to any place in the world to say, that is where my previous me is buried. There must be someone in this room who will transform himself so completely in this world that his circle of close friends will not recognize him. For 10 years, I was a dancer. I performed in Broadway shows, avant-garde, nightclubs, and in Europe. At that time, I thought I couldn't live without the friends I knew and worked with. Every night after the show, we would set a table and eat together. I thought I could never live without them. Now I confess that I could not live with them, because we no longer have anything in common today. When I meet these people today, I don't say we change sidewalks on purpose, but they are rather cold meetings because we have nothing to talk about. I am so dead to that life that when I meet these people, we cannot even talk about the old days. But there are people today who still live in the same state, becoming poorer and poorer. They always love to talk about the old days. They have never buried that man, and he is very much alive in their world. Moses was 120 years old, a wonderful round age as indicated by 120. 1 plus 2 plus 0 makes 3, which is the numerical symbol of expression. I am fully aware of my expression. My eyes are not clouded, and the natural functions of my body are not diminished. I am fully aware of being what I do not want to be. But knowing this law by which man can transform himself, I assume that I am what I wish to be, and I walk in the assumption that it is done. In becoming it, the old man dies, and everything that was attached to the previous conception of me dies with him. You cannot bring into the new man any part of the old man. You cannot put new wine into old barrels or new patches on old clothes. You have to be a completely new being. When you assume that you are what you want to be, you do not need the help of others to achieve it. Nor do you need anyone else's help to bury the old you. Let the dead bury the dead. Don't even look back, for no man who after putting his hand to the plow looks back is fit for the kingdom of heaven. Do not question how your desire will be fulfilled. It doesn't matter if your reason denies it. It doesn't matter if the whole world around you denies it. You do not have to bury the old man. Let the dead bury the dead, Luke 9:60. You bury the past by remaining true to your new understanding of you, which will challenge the whole immense future to find out where you buried it. To this day, no man in all Israel has discovered the tomb of Moses. These are the 4 stories I promised you tonight. You must apply them every day of your life. Even if the chair you are sitting in now seems hard and does not lend itself to meditation, you can, through imagination, make it the most comfortable chair in the world. Let me now define the technique I want you to employ. I trust that each of you has come here tonight with a clear picture of your desire. Do not say it is impossible. Do you want it? You do not have to use your moral code to achieve it. It is completely beyond the reach of your code. Consciousness is the one and only reality. Therefore, we must form the object of our desire from our consciousness. People have a tendency to overlook the importance of simple things, and the suggestion to create a sleep-like state in order to help you take on what reason and your senses deny is one of the simple things you might underestimate. This whole simple formula for changing the future, which was discovered by the ancient masters and passed on to us through the Bible, can be demonstrated by everyone. The first thing to change the future is to desire, that is, to define your goal, to know precisely what you want. The second step is to construct an event that you believe you would encounter following the fulfillment of your desire, an event that involves the fulfillment of your desire and has the action of the self as predominant. The third step is to immobilize the physical body and induce a sleep-like state. Then, mentally, feel yourself in the proposed action, imagining all the time that you are actually performing the action here and now. You must participate in the imagined action, not just stand on the sidelines and watch it, but feel that you are actually performing the action, so that the imagined feeling is real to you. It is important to always remember that the proposed action must be one that follows the fulfillment of your wish, one that implies fulfillment. For example, suppose you wished for a promotion at work. Receiving congratulations would be an event that you would encounter after the fulfillment of your wish. Having selected this action as the one you will experience in your imagination to imply promotion at work, immobilize your physical body and induce a state bordering on sleep, a state of drowsiness, but in which you are still able to control the direction of your thoughts, a state in which you are effortlessly alert. Then visualize a friend standing in front of you. Put your imaginary hand in his. Feel that it is solid and real, and carry on an imaginary conversation with him in harmony with the feeling of being promised. Never visualize yourself receiving congratulations for your good fortune at a distant point in time and space. Instead, make the elsewhere here and the future now. The difference between feeling yourself acting in the here and now and visualizing yourself in action as on a movie screen is the difference between success and failure. For example, you can appreciate that difference if you visualize yourself now climbing a ladder. Now, with your eyes closed, imagine that the ladder is right in front of you and you feel that you are actually climbing it. Experience has taught me to restrict the imaginary action involved in wish fulfillment to a single act, and to relive it over and over again until it has the feeling of reality. Otherwise, your attention will wander down a path by association, and a multitude of associated images will present themselves to your attention, leading you hundreds of miles and years away from your goal in a matter of seconds. If you decide to go up a particular flight of stairs, because it is the likely event that would follow the fulfillment of your desire, then you must limit the action to going up that particular flight of stairs. Should your attention wander, bring it back to its task of going up that flight of stairs, and continue to do so until the imagined action has all the solidity and distinction of reality. The idea must be retained in the mind without sensitive effort on your part. You must, with minimal effort, permeate the mind with the feeling of the fulfilled desire. Sleepiness facilitates change because it promotes effortless attention, but it should not be pushed to the state of sleep where you are no longer able to control the movements of your attention. It must be a moderate level of drowsiness in which you are still able to direct your thoughts. The most effective way to embody a wish is to take on the feeling of the fulfilled wish, and then, in a state of relaxation and drowsiness, repeat over and over again, like a lullaby, a short phrase that implies the fulfillment of your wish, such as, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," as if you were addressing a higher power, thanking it for granting you what you desired. I know that when this course ends on Friday, many of you here will be able to tell me that you have accomplished your goals. 2 weeks ago, I got off the stage and went to the lobby to greet the audience. With confidence, I can say that at least 35 people, out of a class of 135, told me that they had already accomplished what they desired when they joined this class. This was only 2 weeks ago. I did nothing to make it happen except give them this prayer technique. You don't have to do anything to make it happen, except apply this prayer technique. With your eyes closed and your physical body immobilized, induce a sleep-like state and enter the action as if you were an actor playing the part. Experience in the imagination what you would experience in the flesh if you were now in possession of your goal. Make the elsewhere the here and now. Do this, and your larger self, with a larger field of vision, will call and use all the best means which tend to the production of what you have assumed. You are relieved of all responsibility for making your desire a reality, because while you imagine and feel that it already is, your dimensionally greater self determines the means. Don't think for a moment that in order to realize your dreams, someone will be harmed or disappointed. That is not your concern. I have to bring the result home. Too many of us, educated in different walks of life, are so concerned about each other. You ask, if I get what I want, will it harm another? There are ways we don't know, so don't worry. Now close your eyes because we are going into a long silence. Shortly you will absorb yourself in contemplation, feeling that you are what you want to be, to the point that you will be completely unaware that you are in this room with others. You will get a shock when you open your eyes and discover that you are here. You may be in for a shock when you open your eyes and discover that you are not really what you felt you were or possessed a moment before. Now let's go deep inside. Period of silence. I do not need to remind you that you are now what you have assumed to be. Do not discuss this with anyone, not even with yourselves. You cannot give yourselves thought about how, when you know that you already are. Your three-dimensional reasoning mind, which is actually very limited, should not be brought into this representation. It does not know. What you have just heard to be true is true. Do not let anyone tell you that you will not have your desire. What you feel you will have, you will have. And I promise you that after you realize your goal, upon reflection, you will have to admit that this rational mind of yours could never have devised the way. You are that, and you have what you have appropriated at this very moment. Don't talk to anyone about it. Don't seek encouragement from anyone because the thing may not come. It has arrived. Go to your Father's activity, doing everything normally, and let those things happen in your world. Lesson 2. Assumptions consolidate in facts. Our Bible has nothing to do with history. Some of you may be inclined to believe that even if we can make a psychological interpretation of it, it can still be interpreted literally. You cannot do that. The Bible has no reference to historical people or events as you have been taught to believe. And the sooner you start erasing the literal translation of the Bible, the better. Tonight, we will look at some of the stories. And again, I want to remind you that you have to relive all these stories in your mind. Remember that although they appear to be stories of fully awake people, the scene actually takes place between the dormant and deeper you, and the conscious you in the waking state. They are personified as people, but when you get to the point of application, you must remember the importance of the drowsy state. As we saw last time, all creation takes place in the state of sleep, or that sleep-like state that is drowsiness and torpor. Last time we said that the first man is not yet awakened. You are Adam, the first man, still in a deep sleep. The creative you is the four-dimensional you, whose abode is simply the state you enter when you fall asleep. Tonight's first story is found in the Gospel of John. As you listen to it, I would like you to mentally compare it with the Genesis story heard last time. Historians say that Genesis, the first book of the Bible, is a record of events that occurred about 3,000 years before those recorded in the book of John. I ask you to be rational about this and see if you do not think that the same author wrote both stories. You are the judges who will determine whether the same inspired man did not report the same story and tell it differently. This is a well-known story, the story of Jesus' trial. In the Gospel of John it is recorded that Jesus was brought before Pontius Pilate, and the crowd was cheering for his life to be saved. They wanted Jesus. Pilate turned to them and said, "You have the custom that I release a man for Passover. Do you therefore want me to free the king of the Jews?" Then the crowd cried out again, "Not this man, but Barabbas the thief." John 18:39-40. We are told that Pilate had no choice in the matter. He was only a judge interpreting the law. And that was the law. The people had to be given what they asked for. Pilate could not release Jesus against the will of the crowd, so he released Barabbas and handed Jesus over to be crucified. Always remember that your consciousness is God. There is no other God. And we are told that God has a son whose name is Jesus. If you take the trouble to look up the word Barabbas in the concordance, you will see that it is a contraction of two Hebrew words, Bar, meaning daughter, son, or child, and Abba, meaning father. Barabbas is the son of the great Father. And Jesus in the story is called the Savior, the Son of the Father. Here we again find the two sons, as in the story of Esau and Jacob. Remember that their father Isaac was blind, and justice to be authentic must be blindfolded. Although Pilate is not physically blind in this case, the part made Pilate play implies that he is blind because he is a judge. On all the great buildings of law in the world, we see the figure representing justice blindfolded. Do not judge by appearances, but judge with right judgment. John 7:24. Here we find Pilate playing the same part as Isaac, and there are two sons. All the characters that appear in this story can be applied to your life. You have a son who is robbing you at this very moment of what you could be. If you have come to this meeting tonight aware that you want something, that you desire something, you have walked in the company of Barabbas. For to desire is to confess that you do not possess what you desire. And since everything is yours, you are robbing yourself by living in the state of desire. My Savior is my desire. When I want something, I am looking into my Savior's eyes. But if I continue to desire it, I deny my Jesus, my Savior, because when I want, I confess that I am not, and if you do not believe that I am He, you will die in your sins. I cannot have and continue to desire what I already have. I can enjoy it, but I cannot continue to miss it. This is the story. It is the Passover holiday too. Something is about to change right now. Something is about to pass. Man is incapable of passing from one state of consciousness to another without first releasing the thoughts he now entertains, because they anchor him where he is. Physically celebrating year after year when the sun enters the great sign of Aries has nothing to do with true mystical Easter. To psychologically celebrate the feast of the passing, I must pass from one state of consciousness to another. This is done by releasing Barabbas, the thief who robs me of the state I could embody in my world. In this story, the state I seek to embody is personified as Jesus, the Savior. If I become what I want to be, then I am saved from what I was. If I do not become that, I continue to keep locked inside me a thief who robs me from being what I could be. These stories have no reference to people, places, or events that happened on earth. Rather, the characters in the Bible are eternal characters in every man's mind. We perpetually keep Barabbas or Jesus alive, and we know at all times who we are entertaining. Do not condemn the crowd clamoring for the release of Barabbas and the crucifixion of Jesus. This is not a crowd of people called Jews. They have nothing to do with it. If we were wise, we too would be clamoring for liberation from that state of mind that limits us from being what we want to be, that restricts us and does not allow us to become the ideal we seek and strive for. I am not saying that tonight you are not embodying Jesus. I just want to remind you that if at this very moment you have an unrealized ambition, then you are entertaining that which denies the fulfillment of that ambition, and that which denies it is Barabbas. To explain the psychological mystical transformation known as the passing over, Easter, you must now identify with your desire and remain faithful to it. If you remain faithful to it, you not only crucify it with your faithfulness, but you resurrect it in your world without anyone else's help. In the continuation of the story, it is told that no man could get up early enough to move the stone that covered the Savior's tomb. But the stone was removed without man's help, and what was apparently dead and buried was resurrected without anyone's help. All you have to do is walk in the awareness of being what you want to be. No one can see it yet, but you do not need a man to move away the problems and obstacles of life, and to express what you are aware of being. That state of which you are aware has its own unique way of embodying itself in this world, of becoming flesh that the whole world can touch. Now you can see the relationship between the story of Jesus and the story of Isaac and his two sons, in which one supplanted the other. Why do you think that those who compiled the 60 books of our Bible made Jacob the progenitor of Jesus? They took Jacob, who was called the supplanter, and made him the father of 12 sons. Then they took Judah, the praised the 5th son, and made him the progenitor of Joseph, who is supposed to have begotten in some strange way the one called Jesus. Jesus is to supplant Barabbas just as Jacob is to supplant and take the place of Esau. Tonight, sitting quietly here, you can lead the trial of your two sons, one of whom you want freed. You can become the crowd and claim the release of the thief, and the judge who willingly releases Barabbas and condemns Jesus to take his place. Jesus was crucified on Golgotha, the place of the skull that is the seat of the imagination. To experience Easter, or the transition from the old to the new conception of you, you must release Barabbas, your current conception of you that robs you from being what you could be, and you must take on the new conception you wish to express. The best way to do this is to focus your attention on the idea of identifying with your ideal. Assume that you are already what you seek, and your assumption, though false, if sustained, will solidify into actual fact. You will know when you have succeeded in freeing Barabbas, your old conception of yourself, and when you have succeeded in successfully crucifying Jesus, that is, fixing the new conception of yourself, simply by looking mentally at the people you know. If you see them as you saw them before, then you have not changed your conception of you, because all changes in self-concept result in a changed relationship with your world. We always appear to others as the embodiment of the ideal we inspire. Therefore, during meditation, we must imagine that others see us as they would see us if we were what we wish to be. You can free Barabbas and crucify and resurrect Jesus if you first define your ideal. Then you relax in a comfortable armchair and induce a sleep-like state of consciousness, experiencing in your imagination what you would experience if you were already what you wish to be. By this simple method of experiencing in the imagination what you would experience in the flesh if you were the embodiment of your ideal, you release Barabbas who robbed you of your greatness, and crucify and resurrect your Savior. That is, the ideal you wish to express. Now let us turn to the story of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. A garden is not a desert, but a properly prepared portion of land. You prepare this ground called Gethsemane by coming here and studying and doing something for your mind. Spend some time daily to prepare your mind by reading good books, listening to beautiful music, and entering into conversations that ennoble. In the epistles we are told, "Whatever is true, whatever is honest, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is benevolent, if there is any excellence, if there is any praise, think of these things." Philippians 4:8. Let us now return to our story. In John chapter 18, it is narrated that while Jesus was in the garden, suddenly the crowd starts looking for him. He stands there in the dark and says, "Who are you looking for?" Then the spokesman, called Judas, replies, "We are looking for Jesus of Nazareth." And a voice replies, "I am he." Everyone instantly fell to the ground, which should tell you right here that this could not have been a physical drama, because no one could so boldly claim to be the one who was wanted as to cause the thousands of people looking for him to fall to the ground. But the story goes that they all fell to the ground. Then, after they had composed themselves, they asked the same question again. And Jesus answered, "I have told you that I am he. If therefore you seek me, let these go." John 18:8. Then Jesus said, "And whatever you want to do it quickly." John 13:27. Then Judas, knowing that he must move quickly, goes away and commits suicide. Let us examine this drama. You are in your Garden of Gethsemane, or prepared mind, if, while in a sleep-like state, you can control your attention by not letting it wander from its purpose. If you can do this, you are definitely in your garden. Very few people can sit quietly and not enter a reverie or a state of uncontrolled thoughts. When you can limit your mental action and stick to your surveillance, not allowing your attention to wander, but keeping it effortlessly within a limited range of presentation to the state you are contemplating, then you are definitely this disciplined presence in the Garden of Gethsemane. Judas' suicide is nothing but the change in your conception of yourself. When you know what you want to be, you have found Jesus, your Savior. When you assume that you are what you want to be, you have died to your previous conception of you, Judas committing suicide, and are now living as Jesus. You can voluntarily detach yourself from the world around you and bind yourself to what you want to embody in your world. Now that you have found me, now that you have found what will save you from what you are, let go of what you are and all that it represents. Detach yourself completely from it. In other words, go and commit suicide. Having completely died to what you previously expressed, you now live completely to what no one previously saw as true of you. In a sense, it is as if you had died by your own hand, as if you had committed suicide. You have taken your own life by detaching yourselves in consciousness from what you previously kept alive, and you are beginning to live for what you have discovered in your own backyard. You have found your Savior. This is not the story of one man betraying another, but of you detaching your attention and refocusing it in a totally new direction. From this moment on, walk as if you were what you wanted to be. By sticking to your new conception of yourself, you will have committed suicide. No one has taken your life. You have laid it down yourself. You must be able to see the relationship between this and the death of Moses, who died so completely that no one could find where he was buried. You must see the relationship to the death of Judas, who is not a man who betrayed another man named Jesus. The meaning of the word Judah is to praise, to give thanks, to explode with joy. Do you not explode with joy when you are identified with the ideal you wish to embody in this world? When you identify with the state you contemplate, you cannot suppress your joy. It arises like the fragrant odor described as Jericho in the Old Testament. I am trying to show you that the ancients told the same story over and over again in the Bible, for the purpose of telling us how to become what we want to be. And in each story, they made it implicit that we do not need the help of others. You do not need others to become now what you really want to be. Let us now turn to a strange story from the Old Testament, one that very few priests and rabbis would dare to quote from their pulpits. Here is a man who is about to receive the promise, as you are now receiving it. His name is Jesus. Only the ancients called him Joshua, Yahushua ben Nun, or Savior, son of the fish, the Savior of the great deep. Nun means fish, and fish is the element of depth of the deep ocean. Yahushua means Jehovah saves, and Ben means offspring or son of. So he was called the one who brought the age of fish. This story is found in the book of Joshua, where we read about the promise made to Joshua, the same promise made to Jesus and recorded in the four Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. In the Gospel of John, Jesus says, "All things that you have given me are yours." John 17:7. "And all my things are thine, and thine is mine." John 17:10. In the Old Testament, in the book of Joshua, it is said in these words, "Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread, I have given it to you." Joshua 1:3. No matter where it is, analyze the promise and literally accept it. The promise is not physically true, but psychologically true, because wherever you can be mentally, you can realize it. Joshua is obsessed with the promise that wherever he sets his foot, his understanding, wherever the sole of his plant rests, that will be given to him. He wants the most desirable state in the world, the fragrant city, the state of delight called Jericho. He stands barred by the impassable walls of Jericho. He is on the outside, as you are now on the outside. You operate three-dimensionally and do not seem able to reach the four-dimensional world in which your desire is already a concrete, objective reality. You do not seem able to reach it because your senses separate you from it. Reason tells you that it is impossible. Everything around you tells you that it is not true. Now you employ the services of a prostitute and spy, and her name is Rahab. The word Rahab simply means the spirit of the Father. Race means the breath or spirit, and Abi means the Father. So we find that this prostitute is the spirit of the Father, and the Father is man's awareness of being, his I am, man's consciousness. Your ability to feel is the great spirit of the Father, and this ability is the Rahab of this story. Ella has two professions, that of a spy and a prostitute. The profession of spying requires such secret and silent movements that you cannot be discovered. There is not a single spy in the world, no matter how clever in hiding, who does not run the risk of being seen by others and discovered. But when you sit quietly with your thoughts, no man in the world is wise enough to tell you where you are mentally. I can be here on a stage in San Francisco and place myself in London. Knowing London well enough, I can close my eyes and assume that I am really in London. If I stay in this state long enough, I will be able to surround myself with the London environment as if it were an objective, concrete fact that I am there. Physically, I am still here, but mentally I am thousands of miles away because I have made the elsewhere here. I don't go there as a spy. I render the elsewhere here and the after now. You cannot see me dwelling there, so you think that I just went to sleep, and I am still in this three-dimensional world that is now San Francisco. As far as I am concerned, physically I am here, but no one can tell where I am when I enter meditation. Rahab's second profession was that of prostitute, that is, to grant men whatever they ask of her, without questioning man's right to ask. If she is an absolute prostitute, as the name Rahab implies, then she owns everything and can grant everything that man asks of her. She is there to serve, not to demand and judge man's right to seek what he seeks from her. You have within you the ability to appropriate a state without knowing what means will be used to achieve it, and to assume the feeling of a fulfilled desire without possessing any of the talents that men deem necessary to achieve that desire. When you appropriate it in your consciousness, you will have robbed the spy. And because you can embody that state within yourself by actually granting it to yourself, you are robbed the harlot, for a harlot satisfies the one who seeks her. You can satisfy yourself by appropriating the feeling that you are now what you want to be. And this assumption, although false in that reason and the senses deny it, if you persist in it, will be consolidated in fact. By actually embodying your desire in your imagination, you have the capacity to become completely fulfilled. Unless it becomes tangible and concrete reality, you will not be satisfied and will remain frustrated. It is narrated that when Rahab went into the city to conquer it, she was ordered to enter the heart of the city, the heart of the matter, the exact center of it, and to remain there until I come. Do not go from house to house. Do not leave the upper room of the house you enter. If you go out of the house and there is blood on your head, it will be on your head. But if you do not leave the house and there should be blood, it will be on my head. Rahab enters the house, goes upstairs and stays there while the walls crumble. That is, we must maintain an elevated state of mind if we are to walk with the utmost. In a very veiled way, the story tells you that when the walls collapsed and Joshua went in, the only one who was saved in the city was the spy and prostitute named Rahab. This story tells what you can do in this world. You will never lose the ability to place yourself elsewhere and make it here. You will never lose the ability to give yourself what you will be bold enough to appropriate as true for you. It has nothing to do with the woman playing the part. The explanation for the collapse of the walls is simple. It is said that Joshua blew the trumpet 7 times, and that at the 7th blast the walls crumbled, and he victoriously entered the state he sought. 7 is the number of tranquility, of rest, the Sabbath. It is the state in which man remains totally still in his belief that one thing is. When I can assume the feeling of my realized desire and go to sleep undisturbed, I am mentally at rest. I am keeping the Sabbath, having blown the trumpet 7 times. And when I reach that point, the walls crumble. Circumstances shift to reshape themselves in harmony with my assumption. The walls, obstacles, and problems will crumble of their own weight if I can reach the point of stillness within myself. The man who can fix an idea in his mind, even if the world denies it, and remains true to that idea, will see its manifestation. Here is the whole difference between possessing an idea and being possessed by it. Become so dominated by an idea that it haunts the mind as if you were one. Then, regardless of what others might say, you are walking in the direction of your determined mental attitude, in the direction of the idea dominating the mind. As we said last time, you have only one gift truly yours to give, and that is yourself. There is no other gift. You have to squeeze it out of you by appropriation. It is there within you now, because creation is finished. There is nothing that will be that is not already. There is nothing to create, because all things are already yours. They are all accomplished. Although you may not be able to be physically in a state, you can still be there mentally. By being there mentally, I mean that you can now, at this very moment, close your eyes and visualize a place other than where you are currently, and assume that you are really there. You can feel it so real that when you open your eyes here, you are stunned to discover that you are not there physically. This mental journey into the desired state, with the resulting feeling of reality, is all that is necessary for its realization. Your dimensionally larger self has ways that your three-dimensional smaller self does not know. Moreover, for the larger you, all means conducive to the realization of your assumption are good. All you have to do is stay in the mental state defined as your goal until it seems real, and all the forces of heaven and earth will rush in to help its embodiment. Your greater self will influence the actions and words of all those who can be used to further the realization of your fixed mental attitude. Now we turn to the book of Numbers, where we find the story of God commanding Israel to build him a tabernacle, a place of worship. He gave them all the specifications for the tabernacle, which was to be an elongated, movable place of worship covered with leather. Need I tell you anything else? Is it not the man? Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? 1 Corinthians 3:16. There is no other temple. The temple spoken of here is not made with hands, but is eternal in the heavens. This temple is elongated and covered with skin, and it moves through the desert. And on the day the tabernacle was erected, the cloud covered the tabernacle, the tent of testimony, and from evening until morning it was over the tabernacle with the appearance of a fire. So it was always. The cloud covered it by day, and it had the appearance of a fire by night. Numbers 9:15-16. The command given to Israel was to stand still until the cloud went up by day and the fire by night. Whether it was 2 days or a month or a year that the cloud stood still over the tabernacle, the children of Israel remained in their tents and did not depart, but when it rose, they set out. Numbers 9:22. You know you are the tabernacle, but you might wonder what this cloud is. I hope many of you have seen it during meditation. In meditation, this cloud, like the groundwater of an artesian well, spontaneously arises over your head and takes the form of pulsating golden rings. Then, like a gentle river, they flow from your head in a stream of living golden rings. The cloud rises when you enter a meditative state bordering on sleep. It is in this sleepy state that you should assume that you are what you wish to be and have what you seek, because the cloud will take the form of your assumption and shape your world in harmony with it. The cloud is simply the robe of your consciousness, and where your consciousness is, there you will also be in the flesh. This golden cloud comes in the meditative state. There is a certain point when you are about to fall asleep that it is very, very dense, very liquid, and very alive and pulsating. It begins to rise when you reach the drowsy state, at the edge of sleep. Don't move the tabernacle, and don't move until the cloud begins to rise. The cloud always rises when man approaches the torpor of sleep. Because when you go to sleep, whether you know it or not, you slip from this three-dimensional world into a four-dimensional world. And what rises is your consciousness into a larger focus, a four-dimensional focus. What you now see rising is your greater self. When it begins to rise, you enter the authentic state of feeling that you are what you want to be. This is the time to lull yourself into the state of mind of being what you want to be, either by experiencing in your imagination what you would experience in reality if you were already what you wanted to be, or by repeating over and over again a phrase that implies that you have already realized what you want to do. A sentence like, "Isn't it wonderful?" as if something wonderful has happened to you. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when a deep sleep falls upon men as they sleep in their beds, he opens their ears and seals their instructions. Job 33:15-16. Use the interval before sleep wisely. Assume the feeling of your fulfilled desire and go to sleep in this state of mind. At night, in a dimensionally greater world, when a deep sleep falls upon men, they see and play roles that they will later play on earth. And the performance is always in harmony with what their dimensionally larger self reads and interprets through them. Our illusion of free will is only ignorance of the causes that cause us to act. The feeling that dominates the mind when you fall asleep, although false, will solidify into real fact, because assuming the feeling of realized desire when we fall asleep is the command to this process of embodiment, which says to our state of mind, "Be real." In this way, through a natural process, we become what we wish to be. I could tell you dozens of personal experiences where it seemed impossible for me to go somewhere else. But by mentally placing myself there as I fell asleep, circumstances changed so quickly and forced me to travel. I did it across the sea, putting myself in my bed at night as if I were sleeping where I wanted to be. And as the days went by, things began to shape themselves in harmony with this assumption, and everything that had to happen to force me to make the journey happened. And I, in spite of myself, had to be ready to go to that place where I had assumed to be when I approached the depths of sleep. Approaching deep sleep as my cloud rises, I assume that I am now the man I wish to be, or that I am already in the place I wish to visit. I sleep in that place now. Then life strikes the tabernacle, strikes my environment, and recomposes it by sea and land in the likeness of my assumption. It has nothing to do with men physically crossing a desert. The whole vast world around you is a desert. From the cradle to the grave you and I walk as in a desert. But we have a living tabernacle in which God dwells, and it is covered by a cloud that can and does rise when we sleep or are in a sleep-like state. The cloud can rise in 2 minutes, not necessarily in 2 days. Why do the ancients say 2 days? So that man can change his mind. If I become the man I want to be now, I may be dissatisfied tomorrow. I have to give it at least 1 day before I decide to move. The Bible leaves it up to you. It is written that it may be 2 days, a month, or a year, but when you decide to move with this tabernacle, let the cloud rise. When it rises, you start moving to where the cloud is. The cloud is simply the robe of your consciousness, your assumption. It is not necessary for you to take your physical body there where your consciousness is, for it gravitates there in spite of you. Things happen to force you to move in the direction of where you are dwelling with consciousness. In my Father's house there are many mansions. If not, I would have told you. I am going to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, so that where I am there you may be also. John 14:2-3. The many mansions are the countless states of your mind, for you are the house of God. In my Father's house are innumerable conceptions of self. You could not in eternity exhaust what you are capable of being. If, sitting here, I assume I am elsewhere, I have gone to prepare a place. But if I open my eyes, the bilocation I created vanishes, and I am again in the physical form I left behind when I went to prepare a place. But nevertheless I have prepared the place, and in time I will dwell there physically. You don't have to worry about the ways and means that will be used to make you go through space to the place where you went and mentally prepared. Simply sit in silence and make your desire mentally real. But I warn you, don't treat this matter lightly, because I know what would happen to people who treat it lightly. I treated it lightly once because I just wanted to get away because of the temperature in those days. It was the middle of winter in New York, and I longed so much to be in the warm climate of the West Indies that I slept that night as if I were lying under palm trees. The next morning I woke up that it was still the middle of winter. That year I had no intention of going to the West Indies, but within a few days I received painful news that forced me to make the trip. At that time there was war and ships were being sunk left and right, but I sailed from New York 48 hours after receiving the news. It was the only way I could get to Barbados, and I arrived just in time to say goodbye to my mother in this three-dimensional world. Despite the fact that I had no intention of going to Barbados, My deeper self had observed where the great cloud had descended. I had placed it in Barbados, and this tabernacle my body had to make the journey to fulfill the command, "Wherever the sole of your foot shall tread, that I have given you. Wherever the cloud descends in the desert, there you will recompose that tabernacle." I set sail from New York at midnight on a ship without thinking at all about submarines and things like that. I had to go. Things happened in a way that I could not have conceived. So I warn you, don't take it lightly. Don't say, "I'm going to try to place myself in Labrador just to see if it works." Because you will go there, and unless you really want to go there, then you will wonder why you ever attended this class in the first place. Nothing is impossible to imagine, and nothing is impossible for imagination. It will work if you have the courage to take on the feeling of your realized desire when you go to sleep. Control your moods when you go to sleep. I can find no better way to describe this technique than to call it controlled lucid dreaming. In a dream you lose control, but try to precede your sleep with a controlled waking dream, participating in it as you would in a dream, because in a dream you are always predominant, always playing the part. In a dream, you are always an actor, and never the spectator. When you have a controlled lucid dream, you are an actor, and you enter into the action of the controlled dream. But don't do it lightly, because you will have to relive it physically in your three-dimensional world. Now, before we go into our moment of silence, there is one thing I want to make very clear, and that is the effort we discussed last time. If there is a reason why people fail in this world, it is because they do not know a law known to modern psychologists as the law of inverse effort. When you assume the feeling of your realized desire, it must be with minimal effort. You must control the direction of the movements of your attention with minimal effort. If there is effort in this control, and in a certain way you are forcing your desire, you will not get the desired results. Rather, you will get the opposite results, whatever it is. This is why I insist on establishing the basis of the Bible when Adam was asleep. This is the first creative act, and there is no record that he was ever awakened from this deep sleep. While he is asleep, creation stops. You can best change your future when you control your thoughts during a sleep-like state, because then the effort is minimized. Your attention seems to relax completely, and then you have to train yourself to keep your attention in that feeling, without using force and without using effort. Don't believe for a moment that it is willpower that does it. When you free Barabbas and become identified with Jesus, you have no willpower to be it. You simply imagine that you are it. That is all you do. Now, before we get to the vital part of this meeting, the interval devoted to prayer, I would like to clarify this technique again. Make it very clear what you want. Then construct a single event that involves the fulfillment of your desire. Limit the event to a single act. For example, if I identify a handshake as a likely event, then that is the only thing I do. I don't shake hands, then light a cigarette, and do a dozen other things. I simply imagine that I am actually shaking someone's hand and keep repeating the act over and over again, until the imaginary action has all the feeling of reality. You are the judges of what event you really wish to achieve. But the event must always involve wish fulfillment. Always construct an event that you believe would naturally follow from the fulfillment of your desire. There is another technique that I explained to you last time. If you can't curl up in your chair and believe that the chair is elsewhere, as if the elsewhere were here, then do this. Reduce the idea, condense it into one simple sentence like, "Isn't it wonderful?" or "Thank you," or "It's done," or "It's accomplished." There should be no more than 3 words, something that implies that your wish is already fulfilled. The ones I have given you are not all the phrases you could use. Choose from your vocabulary the phrase that best suits you, as long as it is very short and always implies the realization of the idea. Once you have your sentence in mind, let the cloud rise, simply inducing a state bordering on sleep. Begin to imagine and feel that you are sleepy, and in this state, assume the feeling of fulfilled desire. Then repeat the phrase over and over again, like a lullaby. Whatever the phrase, make it imply that the assumption is true, concrete, that it is already a fact and you know it. Relax and enter into the feeling of truly being what you want to be. By doing this, you are entering Jericho with your spy, who has the power to grant it. You are releasing Barabbas and condemning Jesus to be crucified and resurrected. You are reliving all these stories as you begin to let go and enter into the feeling of really being what you want to be. Now, let's go into silence. Period of silence. If at the end of this meditation your hands and mouth are dry, it is positive proof that you have succeeded in lifting the cloud. What you did while the cloud was high is your business. But if your hands are dry, you have lifted the cloud. I am going to tell you about another phenomenon that is very strange, and to which I cannot give an explanation. It occurs when you really go into the deep. You will discover upon awakening that you have the most active pair of kidneys in the world. I have talked to doctors about this, but they have not been able to give an explanation. Another thing you might notice during meditation is a beautiful blue liquid light. The closest thing I can compare it to is alcohol burning. Like when you put alcohol on the plum pudding at Christmas, and then you light the fire, and a beautiful blue liquid flame surrounds the pudding until it is extinguished. This flame resembles the blue light on the human forehead during meditation. Do not be distressed. You will recognize it when you see it. It is like two shades of blue, a darker blue and a lighter blue in constant motion, just like burning alcohol, which is different from the constant flame of a gas jet. This flame is alive, as the spirit would be alive. Another thing that might happen to you, as it did to me, is to see spots in front of your eyes. These are not liver spots as some might tell you, but small circles floating in space like a mesh tied together. Starting from a single cell, they form groups of different geometric patterns, like worms or hooks floating on your face. You can still see them when you close your eyes, proving that they come not from outside, but from within. These things happen when you start expanding your consciousness. They may be your blood flow objectified by some strange trick of man that man does not know. I am not denying that it is your blood flow made visible, but don't distress yourself into thinking that it is liver spots or some other silly thing that people will tell you. If you experience these various phenomena, do not think that you are doing something wrong. They are part of the normal, natural expansion that comes to those who take themselves in tow and try to develop their Garden of Gethsemane. The moment you begin to discipline your mind by observing your thoughts and guarding them throughout the day, you become the guard of your thoughts. Refuse to enter unpleasant conversations. Refuse to listen attentively to that which pulls down. Begin to build in your mind's eye the vision of the perfect virgin, rather than the vision of the foolish virgin. Hear only those things that on hearing them bring joy. Do not lend a ready ear to what is unpleasant, that when you hear it, you wish you had not. For this is tantamount to hearing and seeing things without oil in your lamp, or without joy in your mind. There are two kinds of virgins in the Bible, 5 foolish and 5 wise virgins. The moment you become the wise virgin, or make the attempt to become one, you will find that these phenomena will occur. You will see these things, and they will be so interesting to you that you will not have time to develop foolish sight, as many do. I hope no one here does, because no one who can still find great joy in an unpleasant discussion about another should be identified with this great work. Lesson 3. Thinking quads-dimensionally. There are 2 perspectives on the world possessed by every man, and the ancient storytellers were fully aware of these 2 perspectives. They called one the carnal earthly mind, and the other the Christic mind. We recognize these 2 centers of thought in this statement. The earthly man does not receive the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him, nor can he know them, for they are spiritually understood. 1 Corinthians 2:14. For the earthly mind, reality is limited to the immediate now. This very moment seems to contain the whole of reality, and everything else is unreal. For the earthly mind, the past and future are purely imaginary. In other words, My past, when I use the earthly mind, is only an image memory of things that were. And the future does not exist for the narrow focus of the earthly mind. The earthly mind does not believe that the past can be relived and seen as something present, objective and concrete in itself. Nor does it believe that the future exists. But for the Christ mind, the spiritual mind, which in our language we will call the four-dimensional focus, the past, present, and future of the earthly mind are a whole single present, which can use all the sensory impressions it has encountered, is encountering, and will encounter. The only reason we function as we do today and are unaware of the larger perspective is because we are creatures of habit, and habit makes us completely blind to what we would otherwise see. But habit is not a law. It acts as if it were the most attractive force in the world, yet it is not a law. We can create a new approach to life. If we spent a few minutes each day diverting our attention away from sensations and focusing it on an invisible state, and remain faithful to this contemplation, perceiving and feeling the reality of an invisible state, in time we would become aware of this larger world. This dimensionally larger world in which the contemplated state is already a concrete, time-shifted reality. Tonight, as we study the Scriptures, you will be the judge of where you are in your current development. The first story tonight is taken from chapter 5 of Mark's Gospel. In this chapter there are 3 stories, told as if they were separate experiences of the main characters. In the first story, it is narrated that Jesus encounters a madman, a naked man who lives in a cemetery and hides behind graves. This man appeals to Jesus not to cast out the demons that were tormenting him. But Jesus said to him, "Come out of the man, you unclean spirits." Mark 5:8. So Jesus casts out demons so that they can now destroy themselves. And we find this man for the first time clothed and sane and sitting at the Master's feet. We will understand the psychological meaning of this story by replacing Jesus' name with enlightened reason or four-dimensional thinking. Continuing this chapter, it is narrated that Jesus meets a synagogue high priest named Jairus, who had a dying daughter. The little girl is 12 years old, and Jairus appeals to Jesus to go and heal her. Jesus agreed, and as he moved toward the high priest's house, in the marketplace, a woman touched his robe. And immediately Jesus, noticing that virtue had emanated from him, turns to the crowd and says, "Who touched my garment?" Mark 5:30. The woman, who was healed of an uninterrupted menstrual flow she had had for 12 years, confesses that she was the one who touched him. And Jesus said to her, "Daughter, your faith has healed you. Go in peace." Mark 5:34. As he continues toward the priest's house, a messenger arrives to report that the little girl is dead, and there is no longer a need for him to go and resurrect her. She is no longer asleep. Now she is dead. As soon as he heard these words, Jesus said to the leader of the synagogue, "Do not be afraid, only believe." Mark 5:36. And when he had entered the house, he said to the crowd, "Why are you making such a fuss and crying? The maiden is not dead, but asleep." Mark 5:39. At these words the crowd scoffed and laughed at him. But Jesus closed the door on the mocking crowd, taking his disciples and the dead girl's father and mother with him to the house of Jairus. They entered the room where the little girl was lying, and Jesus took the little girl's hand and said to her, "Little girl, I say to you, get up." Mark 5:41. From this deep sleep the girl awoke, and arose and walked, and the priest and all the others were astonished. And he commanded them very directly that no one should know it, and he ordered that she should be given something to eat. Mark 5:43. At this very moment, as you sit here, you are pictured in this chapter 5 of Mark. A cemetery is for one purpose only. It is simply a memory of what has died. Are you living in the dead past? If you live among the dead, your prejudices, superstitions, and false beliefs that you keep alive are the tombstones behind which you hide. If you refuse to let them go, you are just as crazy as the crazy man in the Bible, who begged enlightened reason not to drive them away. There is no difference. But enlightened reason is unable to protect prejudice and superstition from the power of reason. There is no man in the world who, possessing a prejudice, regardless of its nature, can hold it up to the light of reason. You can say you are against a certain nation, a certain race, a certain movement, a certain something, no matter what it is, but you cannot expose this belief of yours to the light of reason and keep it alive. To keep it alive in your world, you have to hide it from reason. You cannot analyze it in the light of reason and keep it alive. When this four-dimensional perspective comes and shows you a new approach to life, it will drive out of your mind all these things that were tormenting you, and you will then be purified and clothed in your healthy mind. And you will sit at the feet of understanding, at the feet of the Master. Now clothed in your sound mind, you can raise the dead. What dead person? The child in the story is not a child, but your ambition, your desire, the unrealized dream of your heart. Because, as I said before, the whole representation of the Bible is psychological. This story can also be understood psychologically. As I said before, the Bible has no reference to people or events that ever occurred on earth. All its stories take place in the mind of the individual man. In this story, Jesus represents man's awakened intellect. When your mind operates outside the range of your senses, when your mind is healed of all previous limitations, then you are no longer the insane man, but rather this presence personified as Jesus, the power that can resurrect desires. You are now the woman with menstrual flow. What is this flow of blood? An active uterus is not a fertile uterus. Ella had blood flow for 12 years, so she was unable to conceive. She could not give form to her desire because of the flow of blood. But it is narrated that her faith closed her uterus. When the womb is closed, it can give form to the seed or idea. When your mind is purified of your old conception, assuming to be what you want to be, and remaining true to this assumption, you give form to your assumption and resurrect the child. You are the woman purified by the flow of blood, and you move toward the home of the dead maiden. The maiden, or the state you desired, is now your firm conception of you. But having now assumed that I am what I previously desired to be, I cannot continue to desire what I am aware of being. So I don't discuss it. I don't talk to anyone about what I am. It is so obvious to me to be what I wanted to be that I walk as if I were. Walking as if I were what I used to desire to be, my limited focus world does not see it and thinks I no longer desire it. The child is dead in their world. But I, who know the law, say, the maiden is not dead, she only sleeps. Now I awaken her. I, by my assumption, awaken and make visible in my world what I assume, because assumptions, if sustained, invariably awaken what they affirm. I close the door. What door? The door of my senses. I simply shut out completely all that my senses reveal. I deny the evidence of my senses. I suspend the limited reason of earthly man and walk in the bold assertion that I am what my senses deny. With the door of the senses closed, what do I bring to that disciplined state? I bring no one except the child's parents and my disciples. I close the door against the mocking crowd. I no longer seek confirmation. I completely deny the evidence of my senses, which mock my assumption, and I do not discuss with others whether my assumption is possible or not. Who are the parents? We have discovered that the father-mother of all creation is man's I am. Man's consciousness is God. I am consciousness is the state. I am the father-mother of all my ideas, and my mind remains true to this new conception of me. My mind is disciplined. I bring disciples into that state, and I shut out of the state anything that denies it. Now the child is resurrected without the help of man. The condition I desired and assumed I had becomes objectified in my world and witnesses the power of my assumption. I cannot judge you. Only you can judge whether you are now living in the dead past, or whether you are living like the woman whose menstrual flow was stopped. Could you really answer me if I asked, do you now believe that you, without the help of others, only have to assume that you are what you want to be in order to make this assumption real in your world? Or do you believe that you must first fulfill a certain condition imposed on you from the past, that you must be of a certain order or a certain something? I do not want to criticize certain religions or groups, but there are those who believe that no one is safe outside their church or group. I was born a Protestant. If you talk to a Protestant, there is only one Christian, the Protestant. If you talk to a Catholic, there is only one Christian in the world, the Catholic. To a Jew, Christians are pagans, and Jews are the chosen ones. And to a Muslim, Jews and Christians are infidels. If you talk to someone else, those of his religion are the untouchables. Regardless of who you talk to, they are always the chosen ones. If you believe that it is necessary to belong to one of these groups to be saved, you are still a foolish man hiding behind these superstitions and prejudices of the past, begging not to be purified. Some of you have told me, "Don't ask me to abandon my faith in Jesus the man, or Moses the man, or Peter the man." When you ask me to abandon my faith in these characters, you are asking too much of me. Let me have these beliefs because they comfort me. I can believe that they are men who lived here on earth and yet follow your psychological interpretation of their stories. And I say, come out of the dead past. Come out of that graveyard and walk in the knowledge that you and your Father are one, and that your Father, whom men call God, is your consciousness. This is the only creative law that exists in the world. What are you aware that you are? Although with the limited vision of your three-dimensional mind, you cannot see your goal, you are now what you have assumed yourself to be. Walk in this assumption and stay true to it. Time in this dimension of your being flows slowly, and you, even after objectifying your assumption, may not remember that there was a time when this present reality was only a mental attitude. Because of the slow passage of time here, you often fail to see the relationship between your inner nature and the outer world that bears witness to it. You judge the position you are occupying now in this chapter 5 of Mark. Are you resurrecting the dead child? Or do you still need the womb of your mind to be closed to be fertile? Are you now the crazy man living in the dead past? Only you can judge and answer these questions for yourself. Let us now turn to an account in chapter 5 of John's Gospel, which will show you how the ancient storytellers beautifully recount the two different visions about the world: one, the limited three-dimensional view, and the other, the four-dimensional view. This story tells of a maimed man who is suddenly healed. Jesus goes to a place called Bethesda, which means the house of the 5 arcades, where countless disabled people are gathered, blind, lame, crippled, etc. Tradition had it that at a certain season of the year, an angel came down and stirred the waters of the pool near these 5 arcades. As soon as the angel stirred the waters, the first person to enter the pool was always healed. But only the first, not the second. Jesus, seeing a man lame from birth, asked him, "Do you want to be healed?" The sick man answered him, "Lord, I have no one who, when the water is stirred, puts me in the pool, and as I go, another enters before me." Jesus said to him, "Get up, take your little bed and walk." And immediately the man was healed and took up his cot and walked. And that day was the Sabbath. John 5:6-9. Reading this story, you think that some strange man who possessed a miraculous power suddenly says to the sick man, "Get up and walk." But I will never repeat too often that every story, even when it introduces numerous characters, takes place in the mind of the individual man. The pool is your consciousness. The angel is an idea, called a messenger of God. Since consciousness is God, when you have an idea, you are entertaining an angel. The moment you are conscious of a desire, your pool has been stirred. Desire stirs the mind of man. To desire something is to be stirred. The very moment you have a clearly defined ambition or goal, the pool was stirred by the angel, which was desire. It is narrated that the first person who entered the unmoved pool was always healed. The people closest to me in the world, my wife and daughter, are second persons to me when I address them. I must speak to my wife as you are. I have to speak to anyone as you are. And then with the third person, he, she is. There is only one person in the world with whom I can use the first person present, and that is myself. I am can only be said to me. It cannot be said of another. Therefore, when I am aware of some desire that I want to be, but apparently am not, and the pool is stirred, who can enter that stirred pool before me? I alone possess the power of the first person. I am what I want to be. Unless I believe that I am what I wish to be, I remain as I was before and die in that limitation. In this story, you don't need someone to put you in the pool, because your pool is stirred by desire. All you need to do is assume that you are already what you previously desired to be, and that you are in it, and no one can enter before you. What man could enter before you when you become aware that you are what you want to be? No one can be before you when you alone possess the power to say I am. These are the two visions. You are now what your senses deny. Are you bold enough to assume that you are already what you want to be? If you have the courage to assume that you are already what your reason and senses deny, then you are in the pool, and without anyone's help, you too will get up, pick up your little bed and walk. It is narrated that it took place on the day of the Sabbath. The Sabbath is just the mystical sense of stillness, in which you are indifferent, in which you are not anxious, in which you do not look for results, knowing that signs follow and do not proceed. The Sabbath is the quiet day when you are not working, when you are not in action to make it happen. Then you are in the Sabbath. When you are not worried at all about the opinion of others, when you walk as if you are, you cannot lift a finger to make it happen. You are in the Sabbath. I cannot be concerned about how it will be, and at the same time say that I am aware that I am. If I am aware that I am free, safe, healthy, and happy, I sustain these states of consciousness without effort or strain on my part. Therefore, I am in the Sabbath, and because it was the Sabbath, he got up and walked. The next story is in chapter 4 of John's Gospel, and you have heard it over and over again. Jesus comes to a well where there is a woman called the woman of Samaria, and says to her, "Give me a drink." John 4:7. Then the Samaritan woman said to him, "How is it that you who are a Jew ask me, who am a Samaritan woman, for a drink?" The Jews have no relationship with the Samaritans. John 4:9. Jesus answered and said to her, "If you knew the gift of God and who it is who says to you, 'Give me a drink,' you yourself would have asked him for it, and he would have given you living water." John 4:10. Then the woman, seeing that she had nothing with which to draw water, and knowing that the well was deep, said, "Are you greater than our father Jacob, who gave us this well and drank from it with his sons and his cattle?" John 4:12. And Jesus answered, "Whoever drinks of this water will thirst again. But whoever drinks of the water that I shall give him will never thirst again. On the contrary, the water that I shall give him will become in him a spring of water springing up for eternal life." John 4:13-14. Then Jesus tells her everything about her and asks her to go and call her husband. He answers her by saying, "I have no husband." John 4:17. Jesus said to her, "You said well, 'I have no husband,' for you have had 5 husbands, and the one you have now is not your husband." John 4:17-18. The woman, knowing that this was true, goes to the marketplace and tells the others, "I have met the Messiah." They ask her, "How do you know that you have met the Messiah?" "Because he told me all the things I did," she replies. Here the focus embraces the entire past, but continues by telling her now about the future. The disciples go to Jesus and say, "Master, eat." John 4:31. But he says to them, "I have food to eat of which you do not know." John 4:32. When they speak of a harvest in 4 months, Jesus replies, "Do you not say, 'There are still 4 months, and then comes the harvest'? See, I say to you, lift up your eyes and look at the fields, for they are already white to harvest." John 4:35. He sees things that people wait for 4 months or wait for 4 years. He sees them now in a dimensionally larger world, existing now, occurring now. Now back to the first part of the story. The woman of Samaria is the three-dimensional you, while Jesus at the well is the four-dimensional you. The discussion begins between what you want to be and what reason tells you you are. The greater you tells you that if you had the courage to assume that you are already what you want to be, you would become it. Your smaller T, with its limited vision, says to you, "Here you don't have a bucket, you don't have a rope, and the well is deep. How could you ever reach the depth of this state without the means for such a purpose?" But you reply, "If you only knew who is asking you for a drink, you would ask him for one. If you only knew what within you is driving you to the embodiment of the state you now seek, you would suspend your myopia and let him do it for you." Then he tells you that you have 5 husbands, and you deny it. But he knows much better than you that your 5 senses fertilize you morning, afternoon, and evening with their limitations, and tell you which child you will bear today, tomorrow, and the days to come. Because your 5 senses act like 5 husbands constantly fertilizing your consciousness, which is the great womb of God. And morning, afternoon, and evening, they suggest and dictate to you what you must accept as true. He tells you that the one you would like to have as your husband is not your husband. In other words, the 6th sense has not yet impregnated you. What you would like to be is denied by the 5 senses, which hold the power and dictate to you what you will accept as true. What you would like to accept has not yet penetrated your mind, impregnating it with its reality. What you call your husband is not really your husband. You do not bear his likeness. Bearing his likeness is proof that you are his wife, that you have known him intimately. You are not bearing the likeness of the 6th, you are only bearing the likeness of the 5. So someone turns to me and tells me everything I have ever known. I go back into the center of my mind, and reason tells me that throughout my life, I have always accepted the limitations of my senses, have always considered them the reality, and have at all times borne witness to that acceptance. Reason tells me that I have known only these 5 since I was born. Now I would like to step outside the limitations of my senses, but I have not yet found within myself the courage to assume that I am what these 5 senses deny that I am. So I remain here, aware of my task, but lacking the courage to go beyond the limitations of my senses and what my reason denies. He, the imagination, says to them, the senses, "I have food that you do not know. I am the bread that came down from heaven. I am the wine. I know what I want to be, and because I am that bread, I will celebrate with it." I assume that I am, and instead of celebrating the fact that I am in this room talking to you, and that you are listening to me, and that I am in Los Angeles, I celebrate the fact that I am elsewhere, and I walk here as if I were elsewhere. And gradually I become what I celebrate. Let me tell you 2 personal stories. When I was a boy, I lived in a very limited environment on the small island of Barbados. Their animal feed was very scarce and expensive because it had to be imported. I am one of 10 children, and my grandmother lived with us, so there were 13 of us at the table. On several occasions, I remember my mother telling the cook at the beginning of the week, "I want you to set aside 3 ducks for Sunday lunch." This meant that she would take 3 ducks from the chicken coop, confine them in a very small cage, and feed them, stuffing them with grain and all the things she wanted them to gobble with. This was a completely different diet from what we regularly fed the ducks, because we fed them fish. We kept them alive and fat on fish because it was very cheap and plentiful. But you can't eat a duck that has been fed fish and hope that it will taste like a bird. The cook would take 3 ducks, put them in a cage, and for 7 days stuff them with corn, curdled milk, and the other things we wanted the birds to taste like. Then, when they were killed and served for lunch 7 days later, they were succulent ducks, fed milk and corn. But sometimes the cook would forget to set the ducks aside, and my father, knowing that we would eat the ducks and believing that they had been properly treated, would not have anything else prepared for lunch, and we would end up with 3 fish on the table. Those ducks could not be eaten because they were the embodiment of what they had been fed with. Man is a psychological creature, a thinker, and becomes not what he feeds on physically, but what he feeds on mentally. We become the embodiment of that with which we feed mentally. Now those ducks could not be fed corn in the morning, fish in the afternoon, and something else in the evening. There had to be a total change in diet. And so it is with us. We cannot meditate a little in the morning, swear in the afternoon, and do something else in the evening. We have to observe a mental diet. For 1 week we have to completely change our mental food. All things that are true, all things that are honorable, all things that are righteous, all things that are pure, all things that are of good repute, if there is any virtue, and if there is any praise, think on these things. Philippians 4:8. As a man thinks in his heart, so he is. Only when you identify the kind of mental food you want to express in your world, and celebrate with that, do you become one. I want to tell you why I am doing what I am doing today. It was in 1933 in New York, and my old friend Abdullah, with whom I studied Hebrew for 5 years, was really the beginning of the meal of all my superstitions. When I went to him, I was full of superstitions. I could not eat meat, fish, chicken, or anything living. I didn't drink or smoke, and I made a tremendous effort to live the life of a celibate. Abdullah said, "I won't tell you that you are crazy, Neville, but you know you are. All these things are stupid." But I could not believe that they were stupid. In November 1933, I said goodbye to my parents who had come to visit me as they sailed for Barbados. I had left the island 12 years earlier and had no desire to return. I had made no fortune and was ashamed to go home to the successful members of my family. After 12 years in the United States, I was a failure in my own eyes. I had been in the theater and made money for 1 year, but I had spent it all the next. I was not what I would call a successful person, either by their standards or mine. Mind you, when I said goodbye to my parents in November, I had no desire to go to Barbados. But when the ship sailed and I had reached the end of the road, the desire to go to Barbados possessed me. It was 1933. I was unemployed and had nowhere to go except a small room in 75A Street. So I went straight to my old friend Abdullah and said, "Ab, I am possessed by the strangest feeling. For the first time in 12 years, I want to go to Barbados." He replied, "If you want to go, Neville, you're gone." That was a very strange language for me. I was in 72A Street in New York, and he was telling me that I had gone to Barbados. I said, "What do you mean I went, Abdullah?" He replied, "Do you really want to go?" I answered, "Yes." Then he said, "As you walk through this door now, you are not walking on 72A Street. You are walking on a street adorned with coconut palms, as it is in Barbados. Don't ask me how you are going to go. You are in Barbados. You cannot question how when you are already there. You are there. Now walk as if you were there." I came out of Abdullah's house stunned. I am in Barbados. I have no money, no job, and I am not even well dressed. Yet I am in Barbados. He was not the kind of person to argue with, not Abdullah. 2 weeks later, I was no closer to my goal than I was the first time I told him I wanted to go to Barbados. I went back to him and began to explain. "Ab, I trust you implicitly, but this time I can't see how it will work. I don't have a penny for the trip." Do you know what he did? My friend Abdullah was as black as the ace of spades, with a turban on his head. As soon as I sat down in his living room, he got up from his chair, walked to his study, and opened the door, which was not an invitation to follow him. Turning to me, he said, "I have said all I have to say." On December 3rd, I was in front of Abdullah and told him again that I was not close to my trip. He repeated his statement, "You are in Barbados." The last ship to sail to Barbados in time for Christmas left at noon on December 6th, the Nerissa. On the morning of December 4th, having no job and not knowing where to go, I slept late. When I got up, there was a letter from Barbados under my door. When I opened it, a piece of paper flew to the floor. I picked it up, and it was a $50 billion. The letter was from my brother Victor saying, "I'm not asking you to come, Neville. It's an order. There has never been a Christmas where the whole family was present. This Christmas could be done if you want to come." Cecil, my older brother, had left home when my youngest was not yet born, and then we had started moving from home at different times, so never in our family history had we all been together at the same time. The letter continued, "You do not work. I know there is no reason why you cannot come, so you must be here before Christmas. The $50 enclosed is to buy some shirts or a pair of shoes that you may need for the trip. If you want a drink, you can use the bar on board. I will be at the ship and pay all the expenses you have incurred. I have telegraphed Furness, Withy & Co. in New York and told them to issue a ticket for you when you go there. The $50 is only for essentials. You can mark as much as you want on board the ship. I'll take care of the balance." I went to the steamship company with the letter and had them read it. They told me they had received the telegram, but unfortunately, there was no more room in 1A class for December 6th. The only seat available for the December 6th trip was in 3A class from New York to as far as St. Thomas. There some passengers would get off, and I could have switched to 1A class from St. Thomas to Barbados. But all the way to St. Thomas I had to travel in 3A. Even though I could enjoy all the privileges of 1A class, such as restaurant or deck, I accepted. On the afternoon of December 4th, I went to Abdullah and said, "It worked like a dream." I told him what I had done, thinking he would be happy. Do you know what he said to me? "Who told you that you would go in 3A class? Did I see you in Barbados, you going in 3A class? You were in Barbados and you went there in 1A class." I did not have time to see Abdullah again before boarding, but when I reached the pier with my passport to board, the company agent said, "We have good news for you, Mr. Goddard. There has been a cancellation and you will be traveling in 1A class." Abdullah taught me the importance of sticking to an idea and not compromising. I had hesitated, but he remained true to the assumption that I was in Barbados and had traveled in 1A class. Now back to the meaning of the two Bible stories. The well is deep and you have no rope or bucket. The harvest is 4 months away, and Jesus says, "I have food to eat that you do not know. I am the bread from heaven." Party with the idea. Become identified with the idea, as if you were already that embodied state. Walk in the assumption that you are what you want to be. If you party on this assumption and stick to this mental diet, you will crystallize your desire. You will become it in this world. When I returned to New York in 1934, after spending 3 heavenly months in Barbados, I was drinking, smoking, doing everything I had not done for years. And I remembered what Abdullah had told me. After you try this law, you will become normal, Neville. You're going to come out of that graveyard. You're going to come out of that dead past where you think you're so holy, because all you're really doing, you know, is to be so good, Neville, that you're good for nothing. I returned that I was a completely transformed person. From that day in February 1934, I began to live more and more with my imagination. I cannot honestly say that I always succeeded. My many mistakes and failures would condemn me if I told you that I have so mastered the movements of my attention that I am always able to remain true to the idea I wish to embody. But I can say that even though I seem to have failed in the past, I continue to strive day after day to become what I want to embody in this world. Suspend judgment and refuse to accept what reason and the senses dictate, and if you remain true to your new diet, you will become the embodiment of the ideal to which you remain true. If there is one place in the world that is different from my little island of Barbados, it is New York City. In Barbados, the tallest building is 3 stories, and the streets are full of palm trees and coconut trees and all sorts of tropical things. In New York, to find a tree, you have to go to a park. Yet I learned to walk the streets of New York as if I were walking the streets of Barbados. For one's imagination, all things are possible. I walked feeling that I was really walking the streets of Barbados. And in that assumption, I could almost smell the streets lined with coconut palms. I began to create in my mind's eye the atmosphere I would physically encounter if I were in Barbados. While I remained faithful to this assumption, someone canceled his reservation so that I could take his place. My brother in Barbados, who had never thought about my return home, had the overriding impulse to write me a strange letter. He had never imposed himself on me, but this time he did, and he thought that the idea of my trip had come from him. Indeed, to this day, he is convinced that he originated the desire to take me home. I returned home and spent 3 heavenly months, made the return trip in 1A class, and came back with a fair amount of cash, a gift. My trip, if I had paid for it, would have cost $3,000, yet I traveled without having a nickel in my pocket. So I know from experience that I have means that you do not know. My ways are impenetrable. My dimensionally larger self took my assumption as a command and influenced my brother to write the letter, the passenger who canceled the 1A class reservation, and every necessary thing that tended to the creation of the idea with which I was identified. I identified with the feeling of being in Barbados. I slept as if I were there, and people's behavior was modeled in harmony with my assumption. I did not need to go to the shipping company and beg them to cancel someone booked in 1A class to give me a seat. I did not need to write to my brother and beg him to send me some money or buy me a ticket. He thought it was his own spontaneous action. I walked the streets of New York as if they were lined with palm trees, and each one needed to fulfill my hiring appeared and played his part to perfection. My old friend Abdullah taught me a very important lesson when he said, "You are in Barbados. You want to be there, and wherever you want to be, there you are. Live as if you are, and that you will be." These are the visions about the world possessed by every man. I do not care who you are. Every child born of woman, regardless of race, nation, or religion, possesses 2 distinct perspectives on the world. You are either the earthly man who does not receive the things of the Spirit of God, because to the you in earthly vision these are nonsense, or the spiritual man who perceives things outside the limitations of your senses, because everything is now reality in a dimensionally larger world, and there is no need to wait 4 months for the harvest. You can be the woman in Samaria, or Jesus at the well. You are the man waiting by the 5 porches for someone to put him in the pool, or one who commands himself to get up and walk in spite of others who are waiting. Are you the man behind the gravestones in the cemetery, waiting and begging not to be cleansed, because you don't want to be cleansed of your prejudices? One of the most difficult things for man is to abandon his superstitions and prejudices. He clings to them as if they were the treasure of treasures. When you become purified and are free, then the womb, your mind is automatically healed. It becomes the prepared soil in which the seeds, your desires, can take root and grow into manifestation. The son you now carry in your heart is your present goal. Your present desire is a son who is like sick. If you assume that you are now what you wish to be, the child for a moment becomes dead because there is no longer a stirring. You cannot be shaken when you feel you are what you wish to be, because if you feel you are what you wish to be, you are satisfied in that assumption. For others who judge superficially, it seems that you no longer desire, so for them the desire or the maiden is dead. They think you have lost your ambition because you no longer talk about your secret ambition. You have completely adjusted yourself to the idea. You have assumed that you are now what you want to be. You know, she is not dead, she is just sleeping. I am going to awaken her. So I walk in the assumption that I am, and as I walk, silently awaken it. Then, when it awakens, I will do the most normal and natural thing. I will feed it. I will not boast or tell others, I simply will not tell anyone. I feed this state that I now enjoy with my attention. I keep it alive in my world by becoming attentive to it. Things that I am not attentive to fade and wither away in my world no matter what they are. They cannot be newly born and then remain without nourishment. I have given them birth by the fact that I have become aware that I am them. When I embody them in my world, this is not the end, but the beginning. For I am now a mother who must keep this state alive by being attentive to it. The day I am not mindful, I have taken my milk thoughts out of it, and it vanishes from my world as I become mindful of something else in my world. The choice is yours, but you must be attentive toward what you take on. Although today we speak of three-dimensional and four-dimensional vision, do not think for a moment that the ancient masters were not fully aware of these two distinct centers of thought within every man's mind. They personified them both and tried to show man that habit is the only thing that robs him of the man he could be. Although habit is not a law, any psychologist will tell you that habit is the greatest inhibiting force in the world. It completely limits man, shackles him, and makes him totally blind to what he might otherwise be. Begin now to see and feel yourself mentally as what you desire to be, and celebrate on this feeling morning, afternoon, and evening. I scoured the Bible for more than 3 days and could not find it. In John 2:19, Jesus said to them, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up again." And in Joshua 1:11 he said, "Prepare your provisions, for in 3 days you will cross the Jordan to go and take possession of the land that the Lord your God gives you to possess." If I can completely fill my mind with one feeling and walk as if it were already a real thing, I am promised, and I cannot find any denial of this in this great book, that I do not need more than 3 days of dieting if I stick to it. But I have to be honest about that. If I change my diet in the course of the day, I extend the time interval. You ask, but how do I know the interval? You yourselves determine the interval. There is a little word in our modern world today that confuses most of us. I know it confused me until I dug deeper. The word is action. Action is supposed to be the most important thing in the world. It is not an atom. It is more fundamental. It is not a part of an atom like the electron. It is even more fundamental than that. It is called the four-dimensional unit. The most fundamental thing in the world is action. You ask, what is action? Physicists tell us it is energy multiplied by time. We become even more confused and say, what does energy multiplied by time mean? And they answer, there is no response to a stimulus, no matter how intense, unless it lasts for a certain period of time. There must be a minimum duration of the stimulus, otherwise there is no response. On the other hand, there is no response to time unless there is a minimum degree of intensity. Today, the most important thing in the world is called action, or simply energy multiplied by time. The Bible gives it to us as 3 days. The duration for the answer in this world is 3 days. If I now assume that I am what I want to be, if I am faithful to this assumption and walk as I am, the longest time interval given for its fulfillment is 3 days. If there is something tonight that you really want in this world, then experience in the imagination what you would experience in the flesh if you realized your goal and close your ears and eyes to everything that denies the reality of your assumption. If you do this, you will be able to tell me before she leaves Los Angeles that you have fulfilled what was only a wish when you came here. It will be my joy to rejoice with you knowing that the daughter who was apparently dead is now alive. This little girl was not really dead. She was only asleep. You have nourished her in this silence, for you have food that no one else knows. You have given her nourishment, and she has become a living reality, resurrected in your world. Then you can share your joy with me, and I can rejoice with you. The purpose of these lessons is to remind you of the law of your own being, the law of consciousness. You are this law. You were only unaware of its operation, and you fed and kept alive the things you did not wish to express in this world. Accept my challenge and put this philosophy to the test. If it doesn't work, you must not use it as consolation. If it is not true, you must reject it completely. but I know it is true. And you cannot know it until you try to prove or disprove it. Many of us have joint doctrines and are afraid to test them because we feel we might fail. So what are we? Not really wanting to know the truth about it. We hesitate to have enough courage to put it to the test. You say, I know it would work some other way. I don't really want to try it. As long as I have not yet proven its ineffectiveness, I can take comfort in it. Now do not delude yourselves. Do not think for a second that you are wise. Test the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of this law. I know that if you try to prove its ineffectiveness, you will prove instead that it works, and I will be richer, not in things, but because you will become the living fruit of my teaching and faith. It is much better to have you as successful and satisfied people after 5 days of teaching than to have you leave disgruntled. I hope you will be brave enough to challenge these teachings and prove their validity or ineffectiveness. Now, before we go into the interval of silence, I will briefly explain the techniques again. We have 2 techniques for applying this law. Everyone must know exactly what he wants. You must know that if you do not get it tonight, you will still desire it tomorrow. When you know exactly what you desire, you construct in your mind's eye one simple scene involving the fulfillment of your desire, an event in which the self predominates. Instead of standing behind and watching yourself as if you were on a screen, you must be the actor in the scene. Limit the event to a single action. If shaking someone's hand implies the fulfillment of your wish, then do that and only that. Don't shake hands and then wander off in your imagination to some party or somewhere else. Restrict your action simply to shaking hands and do it over and over again until that handshake takes on the solidity and distinction of reality. If you feel that you can't stick to an action, then I want you to now define your goal and then condense your desire into a single sentence, a sentence that implies the fulfillment of your desire, like, "Isn't it wonderful?" Or, "If I feel grateful because I think someone has been instrumental in making my wish come true, I might say thank you," and repeat it heartfeltly over and over again like a lullaby, until my mind is dominated by the feeling of gratitude alone. Now we will sit in these chairs, with the idea implying the fulfillment of our desire condensed into a single sentence or action. We will relax and immobilize our bodies. Then we experience in our imagination the feeling that our condensed sentence or action affirms. If you imagine yourself shaking someone's hand, do not use your physical hand. Make it remain still. But imagine that lodged in your hand is a more subtle and real hand, which can be drawn out in your imagination. Place your imaginary hand in the imaginary hand of your friend who is in front of you, and feel the grip. Keep your physical body still even as you become mentally active in what you are about to do. Now we go into silence. Lesson 4. No one to change except yourself. I would like to take just a minute to clarify what I said last time. From what I said last time, a woman warned that I am anti a certain nation. I hope I am not anti any nation, race, or religion. If I casually used a nation, it was only to illustrate a point. What I was trying to say is that we become what we observe. Because it is the nature of love, just as it is the nature of hate, to change us into the likeness of what we contemplate. Last vote, one simply read a new passage to show you that when we think we can destroy our image by shattering the mirror, we are only fooling ourselves. When through war or revolution, we destroy titles that represent arrogance and greed to us, we become over time the embodiment of what we thought we had destroyed. So today the people who thought they destroyed tyrants are themselves what they thought they destroyed. So that I cannot be misunderstood, I would like once again to lay the foundation of this principle. Consciousness is the one and only reality. We are incapable of seeing anything other than the contents of our consciousness. Therefore, hatred betrays us in the hour of victory and condemns us to be what we condemn. All conquests result in an exchange of characteristics, so that the conquerors become like the vanquished enemy. We hate others for the evil within ourselves. Races, nations, and religious groups have lived for centuries in intimate hostility, and it is the nature of hatred as it is the nature of love, to change us into the likeness of what we contemplate. Nations act toward other nations as their citizens act toward each other. When slavery exists in one state and that nation attacks another, it is with the intent to enslave. When there is strong economic competition between citizen and citizen, then in war with another nation, the object of the war is to destroy the enemy's trade. Wars of domination are caused by the will of those within a state who are dominant over the fortunes of others. We radiate the world around us with the intensity of our imagination and feelings. But in this three-dimensional world of ours, time marks slowly. And so we do not always observe the relationship of the visible world to our inner nature. Now this is really what I wanted to say. I thought I said that. So that I cannot be misunderstood, this is my principle. You and I can contemplate an ideal and become it by falling in love with it. On the other hand, we can contemplate something we heartily detest and, condemning it, become that thing. But because of the slowness of time in this three-dimensional world, when we become what we have contemplated, we have forgotten that we previously decided to worship or destroy that thing. Tonight's teaching is the keystone of the Bible, so give me your attention. The most important question asked in the Bible is found in chapter 16 of Matthew's Gospel. As you know, all the stories in the Bible are your stories. Its characters live only in the mind of man. They have no reference to people who lived in time and space, or to events that never occurred on earth. The story told in Matthew unfolds in this way. Jesus turns to his disciples and asks them, "Who do people say that I, the Son of Man, am?" Matthew 16:13. And they answered, "Some say that you are John the Baptist, some Elijah, and others Jeremiah or any of the prophets." He said to them, "But you, who do you say that I am?" And Simon Peter answered, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." And Jesus said unto him, "Blessed art thou, Simon the son of Jonah, for neither flesh nor blood hath revealed it unto thee, but my Father which is in heaven. And I say to you that you are Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church." Matthew 16:14-18. Jesus addressing his disciples is man addressing his disciplined mind in self-contemplation. You address the question, "Who do people say that I am?" In our language, "I wonder what men think of me." You reply, "Some say John will come again, some say Elijah, some say Jeremiah, and some say a prophet from the past is coming again." It is very flattering if you are told that you are, or that you resemble great men of the past, but enlightened reason is not a slave to public opinion. It is concerned only with truth, so it addresses another question. "But you, who do you say that I am?" In other words, who am I? If I am brave enough to think that I am Jesus Christ, the answer will come, you are Jesus Christ. When I can take it on and feel it, and courageously live it, I say to myself, flesh and blood could not have told me this, but my Father in heaven has revealed this to me. Then I make this conception of self the rock on which I establish my church, my world. If you do not believe that I am, you will die in your sins. John 8:24. Since consciousness is the only reality, I must assume that I am already what I wish to be. If I do not believe that I am already what I want to be, then I remain as I am and will die in this limitation. Man is always looking for some prop to lean on. He is always looking for an excuse to justify failure. This revelation gives man no excuse for failure. His self-conception is the cause of all the circumstances of his life. All change must first come from within himself, and if he does not change on the outside, it is because he has not changed on the inside. But man does not like to feel that he is solely responsible for the conditions of his life. From that time, many of his disciples turned back and no longer went with him. Then Jesus said to the 12, "Will you not also go away?" Then Simon Peter answered him, saying, "Lord, to whom shall we go? You have words of eternal life. John 6:66-68. I might not like what I just heard, that I have to turn to my consciousness as the only reality, the only foundation on which all phenomena can be explained. It was an easier life when I could blame another. It was a much easier life when I could blame society for my ills, or point my finger across the sea and blame another nation. It was easier when I could blame the weather for how I feel. But to tell me that I am the cause of everything that happens to me, that I always pattern my world in harmony with my inner nature, this is more than man is willing to accept. If this is true, to whom should I go? If these are the words of eternal life, I must return to them, even if they seem so difficult to digest. When man fully understands this, he knows that other people's opinions do not matter, because people only tell him who he is. People's behavior constantly tells me who I conceive myself to be. If I accept this challenge and begin to live by it, I finally get to the point called the Great Prayer of the Bible. It is narrated in chapter 17 of John's Gospel. I have done the work that you gave me to do. John 17:4. And now, O Father, glorify me to yourself of the glory that I had with you before the world was. John 17:5. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in your name. Those whom you gave me, I also kept, and none of them was lost, except the son of perdition. John 17:12. It is impossible for anything to be lost. In this divine economy, nothing can be lost. It cannot even die. The little flower that has bloomed once blooms forever. It is invisible here to you with your limited focus, but it blossoms forever in the larger dimension of your being, and tomorrow you will meet it. All that you have given me I have kept in your name, and I have lost no one except the son of perdition. The son of perdition simply means the belief in loss. The son represents a conception, an idea. Perdido means lost. I have really lost only the conception of loss, because nothing can be lost. I can descend from the sphere in which the thing lives, and, descending in consciousness to a lower level within me, the thing disappears from my world. I say, I have lost my health. I have lost my wealth. I have lost my position in society. I have lost my faith. I have lost 1,000 things. But the things themselves, having been real in my world once, can never cease to be. They never become unreal with the passage of time. I, by my descent in consciousness to a lower level, cause those things to disappear from my sight and say, they are gone, they are finished as my world goes. All I have to do is rise to the level where they are eternal, and once again they will become objectified and appear as realities in my world. The centerpiece of the entire chapter 17 of John's Gospel is found in verse 19. And for their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also may be sanctified through the truth. Until now, I believed that I could change others through effort. Now I know that I cannot change another unless I first change myself. To change another in my world, I must first change my conception of the other. And to do that best, I change my conception of myself. Because it was the conception I had of myself that made me see others that way. If I had a noble and worthy conception of myself, I could never see the ugly in others. Instead of trying to change others by discussion and force, I just have to let myself ascend to a higher level in consciousness and automatically change others by changing me. There is no one to change but self, for self is simply your awareness, your consciousness, and the world in which it lives is determined by your conception of yourself. It is to consciousness that we must turn as the only reality. For there is no clearer conception of the origin of phenomena, except that consciousness is everything, and everything is consciousness. You do not need helpers to achieve what you seek. Do not believe for a second that I am preaching escape from reality when I ask you to simply assume that you are now the person you want to be. If you and I could rehearse what it would be like if we were now what we want to be, and could live in this mental atmosphere as if it were true, then, in a way we do not know, our assumption would be consolidated into actual fact. This is all we have to do to ascend to the level where our assumptions are already an objective, concrete reality. I do not need to change anyone. I sanctify myself, and in doing so, sanctify others. To the pure, everything is pure. There is nothing unclean in itself, but for him who holds a thing unclean, for him it is unclean. Romans 14:14. I and my Father are one. John 10:30. If I do not do my Father's works, do not believe me. But if I perform them, even if you do not believe in me, believe in the works, that you may know and believe that the Father is in me, and I in him. John 10:37-38. He became one with God, and thought it was not strange or a theft to do God's works. You always bear fruit in harmony with who you are. It is the most natural thing in the world for a pear tree to generate pears, for an apple tree to generate apples, and for man to shape the circumstances of his life in harmony with his inner nature. I am the vine, you are the branches. John 15:5. A branch has no life if it is not rooted in the tree. All I have to do to change fruit is to change the tree. You have no life in my world except that I am aware of you. You are rooted in me, and as fruit, bear witness to the tree that I am. There is no reality in the world other than your consciousness. Although you may now appear to be what you do not want to be, all you have to do to change it, and test the change with the circumstances of your world, is to silently assume that you already are what you now want to be, and in a way you do not know, you will become it. There is no other way to change this world. I am the way. I am, my consciousness is the way by which I change my world. When I change the conception of me, I change my world. When people help or hinder us, they only interpret the part that we, with our conception of us, have written for them, and they automatically interpret it. I have to interpret the parts they are interpreting because we are what we are. You will change the world only when you become the embodiment of what you want the world to be. You have only one gift in this world to give that is truly yours, and that is yourself. Unless you yourself are what you want the world to be, you will never see it in this world. Unless you believe that I am, you will die in your sins. John 8:24. You know that no two people in this room live in the same world. We will go home to different worlds tonight. We will close our doors on completely different worlds. We will get up tomorrow and go to work where we will meet each other and meet other people. But we live in different mind worlds and completely different physical worlds. I can only give what I am. I have no other gift to give. If I want the world to be perfect and it is not, I have failed only because I did not know that I cannot see it perfect until I myself become perfect. If I am not perfect, I cannot see perfection. But I become perfect. I make my world beautiful because I see it through my eyes. To the pure all things are pure. Titus 1:15. No two people here can tell me that you have heard the same message in any class. The only thing you have to do is to listen to what I say through who you are. I have to be filtered through your prejudices, your superstitions, and your conception of you. Whatever you are, it must come through that, and be colored by what you are. If you are disturbed and want me to be something other than what I appear to be, then you must be what you want me to be. We have to become the thing we want others to be, or we will never see them being that thing. Your conscience, my conscience, is the only true foundation of the world. This is what is called Peter in the Bible, not a man, but this faithfulness that cannot turn to anyone, that cannot be flattered when you are told by men that you are John come again. For it is very flattering to be told that you are John the Baptist come again, or the great prophet Elijah, or Jeremiah. Then I deafen my ears to this bit of very flattering news that men give me and ask myself, but honestly, who am I? If I can deny the limitations of my birth, my environment, and the belief that I am only an extension of my family tree, and feel within me that I am Christ, and sustain this assumption until it takes a central place and forms the habitual center of my energy, I will perform the works attributed to Jesus. Without thought or effort, I will model a world in harmony with that perfection I have assumed and feel springing up within me. When I open the eyes of the blind, open the ears of the deaf, give joy in place of lament and beauty in place of ashes, then and only then have I really established this vine deep inside. This is what I would automatically do if I were truly aware that I am Christ. It is said of this presence that he gave proof that he was the Christ by his works. Our ordinary alterations in consciousness, when we move from one state to another, are not transformations, because each one is quickly replaced by another of opposite direction. But whenever our assumption develops so stably that it finally expels its rivals, then that habitual central conception defines our character and is a true transformation. Jesus, or enlightened reason, saw nothing unclean in the woman caught in adultery. He said to her, "Has no one condemned you?" John 8:10. She said, "None, Lord," and Jesus said to her, "Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more." John 8:11. No matter what is brought before the presence of beauty, it sees only beauty. Jesus was so completely identified with the beautiful that she was incapable of seeing the unpleasant. When you and I become truly aware that we are Christ, we too will straighten the arms of the crippled and resurrect the dead hopes of men. We will do all the things we could not do when we felt limited by our family tree. This is a bold step and should not be taken lightly, for to do so is to die. John, the three-dimensional man, is beheaded or loses his three-dimensional vision so that Jesus, the four-dimensional self, can live. Any enlargement of our conception of ourselves involves a somewhat painful separation from strongly ingrained hereditary conceptions. The bonds that keep us in the womb of conventional limitations are strong. Everything you previously believed, you no longer have to believe. You know now that there is no power outside your consciousness. Consequently, you cannot turn to anyone outside of you. You don't have to have ears for the idea that something else has power in itself. You know that the only reality is God, and that God is your awareness. There is no other God. Therefore, on this rock you must build the eternal church, and boldly assume that you are this divine being, self-generated, because you dared to appropriate what was not given to you in the cradle, a conception of you not formed in your mother's womb, a conception of you conceived outside the seats of man. The story is well told to us in the Bible with the two sons of Abraham. One, the blessed one, Isaac, born outside the offices of man, and the other, Ishmael, born into slavery. Sarah was too old to beget a son, so her husband Abraham joined with the servant Hagar the pilgrim, who conceived by the old man and bore him a son named Ishmael. Ishmael's hand was against every man, and every man's hand was against him. Every child born of woman is born in chains, born into whatever his or her environment represents, regardless of whether it is the throne of England, the White House, or any other great place in the world. Every child born of woman is personified as this Ishmael, the son of Hagar. But asleep in every child is Isaac the blessed, who was born outside the offices of man, and born through faith alone. This second child has no earthly father. He is self-generated. What is the second birth? I find myself a man, I cannot return to my mother's womb, and yet I must be born a second time. Unless a man is born again, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. John 3:3. I silently appropriate what no man and no woman can give me. I dare to think that I am God. This must be by faith. This must be by promise. Then I become the blessed one. I become Isaac. When I begin to accomplish the things that only this presence could do, I know that I was born outside Ishmael's limitations, and I became heir to the kingdom. Ishmael could not inherit anything, even though his father was Abraham, or God. Ishmael did not have both divine parents. His mother was Hagar the slave woman, and therefore he could not share in his father's property. You are Abraham and Sarah, and contained within your consciousness is someone waiting for recognition. In the Old Testament he is called Isaac, and in the New Testament he is called Jesus, and he was born without the help of man. No one can tell you that you are the Jesus Christ. No one can tell you and convince you that you are God. You have to cherish the idea and ask yourself what it would be like to be like God. No clear conception of the origin of phenomena is possible, except that consciousness is everything, and that everything is consciousness. Nothing can evolve from man that was not potentially involved in his nature. The ideal we serve and hope to achieve could never be evolved by us if it were not potentially inherent in our nature. I now want to retell an experience of mine, published 2 years ago under the title, The Quest. I think it will help you understand this law of consciousness and show you that you have no one to change but you, because you can see nothing but the content of your consciousness. Once on a resting break at sea, I meditated on the perfect state and wondered how I would be if I were of eyes too pure to contemplate iniquity, if for me all things were pure and without condemnation. As I lost myself in this burning brooding, I found myself lifted above the dark environment of the senses. The sensation was so intense that I felt like a being of fire dwelling in a body of air. Voices as if from a heavenly choir sang with the exaltation of those who had been victorious in a conflict with death. He is risen. He is risen. And intuitively I knew they were referring to me. Then I seemed to be walking in the night. I soon came upon a scene that could have been the ancient pool of Bethesda, for in that place lay a great multitude of maimed people, blind, lame, and crippled, all waiting not for the stirring of the waters as per tradition, but for me. And as I moved forward, without thought or effort on my part, each of them was molded into perfection, as by the magician of beauty. Eyes, hands, feet, all the missing members of the body, were pulled out of some invisible storehouse and molded in harmony with that perfection I felt springing up within me. And when all were made perfect, the chorus exulted, "It is accomplished." I know that this vision was the result of my intense meditation on the idea of perfection, because my meditations always lead to union with the contemplated state. I was so completely absorbed in the idea that for a while I had become what I was contemplating, and the lofty purpose with which I had identified myself at that moment had called forth the company of lofty things and shaped the vision in harmony with my inner nature. The ideal with which we are united operates by association of ideas to awaken 1,000 atmospheres, to create a representation in line with the central idea. My mystical experiences have convinced me that in order to achieve the perfection we seek, there is no other way but the transformation of ourselves. As soon as we can transform ourselves, my world will magically melt before our eyes and reshape itself in harmony with what our transformation affirms. We shape the circumstances of our lives with the intensity of our imagination and feelings, and we illuminate or obscure our lives with the conceptions we have of us. Nothing is more important to us than the conception of us, and this is especially true of the conception of our deep and dimensionally larger self within us. Those who favor or hinder us, whether they know it or not, are the servants of that law that shapes outward circumstances in harmony with our inner nature. It is our conception of ourselves that liberates or limits us, although it may use material agents to achieve its purpose. Because life shapes the outer world to reflect the inner disposition of our minds, there is no way to bring about the outer perfection we seek except by the transformation of ourselves. No help comes from the outside. The hills to raise our eyes to are those of an inner vision. It is therefore to our own consciousness that we must turn as the only reality, the only foundation on which all phenomena can be explained. We can absolutely rely on the justice of this law that gives us only that which is the nature of ourselves. To attempt to change the world before changing our conception of ourselves is to struggle against the nature of things. There can be no external change until there is first an internal change. As in, so out. I am not advocating philosophical indifference when I suggest that we should already imagine ourselves as what we want to be, living in a mental atmosphere of greatness, rather than using physical means and discussions to bring about the desired changes. Everything we do unaccompanied by a change in consciousness is just useless surface readjustment. No matter how hard we toil or struggle, we can only receive what our conceptions of us affirm. To protest against everything that happens to us is to protest against the law of our being and our domination over our destiny. The circumstances of my life are related too closely to my conception of me, not to have been formed by my own spirit from some dimensionally larger storehouse of my being. If there is pain for me in these events, I must look within myself for the cause, for I am moved here and there, and made to live in a world in harmony with my conception of me. If we became as emotionally excited about our ideas as we become about our dislikes, we would ascend to the level of our ideal as easily as we now descend to the level of our dislikes. Love and hate have a magical power of transformation, and through their practice we develop into the likeness of what we contemplate. With the intensity of hatred we create in ourselves, the character we imagine in your enemies. Qualities die from lack of attention, so unpleasant states might be better erased by imagining beauty instead of ashes and joy instead of sorrow, rather than by direct attacks on the situation from which we would like to free ourselves. Dwell on the things that are beautiful and of good repute, for you become what you are in relationship with. There is nothing to change except your conception of you. As soon as you succeed in transforming yourself, your world will dissolve and reshape itself in harmony with what your change affirms. By your descent into consciousness, you have determined the imperfection you see. In the divine economy, nothing is lost, therefore. You cannot lose anything except by descent into consciousness from the sphere in which the thing has its natural life. Now, Father, glorify me to yourself, with that glory that I had with you before the world was. When you ascend into consciousness, you return to the power and glory that were always yours, and therefore, you too will say, I have done the work that you gave me to do. The work is to return from your descent into consciousness. Having descended to the level where you believe you are the Son of Man, you are destined to return to the sphere where you know you are one with God the Father. I know beyond any doubt that there is nothing you have to do to achieve greatness, only to change your conception of you. If you walk convinced that you are the ideal you serve, you will rise to the level of your assumption and find a world in harmony with it. You will not have to lift a finger to realize your desire, because it is already there. It has always been so, and will always be so. All things that are lovable and of good repute, think of these things, because we become what we are in relationship with. There is nothing to change except our conception of ourselves. As soon as we can transform ourselves, our world will dissolve and reshape itself in harmony with what our change affirms. I, by your descent into consciousness, have determined the imperfection that I see. In the divine economy, nothing is lost, therefore. We cannot lose anything except by our descent into consciousness from the sphere in which the thing has its natural life. And now, O Father, glorify thou me with thyself, with that glory which I had with thee before the world was. John 17:5. When I ascend into consciousness, the power and glory that were mine return to me, and I will also say, I have done the work you gave me to do. The work is to return from my descent into consciousness, from the level where I thought I was the Son of Man, to the sphere where I know I am one with my Father, and my Father is God. I know beyond any doubt that there is nothing man has to do but change his conception of him, and assume greatness, and sustain this assumption. If we walk as if we are already the ideal we serve, we will rise to the level of our assumption and find a world in harmony with our assumption. We will not have to lift a finger to make it so, because it is already so. It has always been that way. You and I have descended in consciousness to the level where we are now, and we see imperfection because we have descended to this level. But when we begin to ascend while we are here in this three-dimensional world, we find that we are moving in a completely different environment, with completely different friends, and a completely different world, still living here. Then we know the great mystery of the statement, I am in the world, but not of the world. Instead of changing things, I suggest that everyone identify with the ideal you contemplate. What would the feeling be if you had be of eyes too pure to see iniquity? If for you all things were pure, and you were without condemnation? Contemplate the ideal state and identify with it, and you will ascend to the sphere where, like Christ, you have your natural life. You are still in that state where you were before the world was. The only thing that had fallen is your conception of you. You see the broken parts, but they are not really broken. You are seeing with distorted eyes, as if you were in one of those amusement parks where you stand in front of a mirror and see yourself stretched out. Yet you are the same person. Or, looking into another mirror, you see yourself as big and fat. These things are seen today because man is what he is. Play with the idea of perfection. Don't ask for anyone's help, but make the prayer from chapter 17 of John's Gospel your own. Appropriate the state that was yours before the world was. Recognize the truth of the statement, I have lost no one except the son of perdition. Nothing is lost in the whole of my holy mountain. The only thing you lose is the belief in loss, that is, the son of perdition. And for their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also may be sanctified through the truth. John 17:19. There is no one to change but yourself. All you have to do to make holy men and women in this world is to make yourself holy. When you establish in the center of your mind the fact that you are lovely, you will be incapable of seeing anything that is unpleasant. It is far better to know this truth than anything else in the world. It takes courage, unlimited courage, because many of you tonight, after hearing this truth, will still be inclined to blame others for their difficult situations. Man finds it so difficult to turn to himself, to his conscience as the only reality. But listen to these words. No one can come to me, except the Father who sent me draw him. John 6:44. I and my Father are one. John 10:30. No one can receive anything unless it is given to him from heaven. John 3:27. For this my Father loves me, because I offer my life and then take it up again. No one takes it away from me, but I lay it down myself. John 10:17-18. You did not choose me, I chose you. My conception of me models a world in harmony with itself and attracts people whose behavior tells me who I am. The most important thing in the world for you is your conception of you. If you dislike your environment, life circumstances, and people's behavior, ask yourself, who am I? The answer to this question is the cause of your aversions. If you do not condemn yourselves, there will be no one to condemn you. And if you live in the consciousness of your ideal, you will find nothing to condemn. To the pure, everything is pure. Now I would like to spend some time making it as clear as I can what I personally do when I pray, what I do when I want to bring about changes in my world. You will find it interesting, and you will find that it works. Nobody here can tell me they can't do it. It is so simple that everyone can do it. We are what we imagine ourselves to be. This technique is not difficult to follow, but you have to want to do it. You cannot approach it with the mental attitude of, whatever, let's try it. You must want to do it, because desire is the spring of action. Desire is the mainspring of all action. Now, what do I want? I have to define my goal. For example, suppose I want to be elsewhere. This very moment, I really desire to be elsewhere. I don't need to go through the door. I don't need to sit down. All I need to do is stand right where I am, and with my eyes closed, assume that I am actually where I wish to be. Then I remain in this state until it has the feeling of reality. If I were elsewhere now, I could not see the world as I see it from here. The world changes in its relation to me when I change my position in space. While I am here, I allow the room I want to see and be in physically to come before me. I do not make it come, but simply imagine that I am there, and then I let it happen. If I want a physical presence to be with me, I imagine touching the person in question. Through the whole Bible, I found these suggestions. He laid his hands on them. He touched me. If you want to comfort someone, you automatically shake their hand or rest your hand on their shoulder, don't you? So, in your imagination, bring your friend close enough to touch him or her. Limit the action to a single act, and you will be amazed at what happens. In fact, from that moment on, things will begin to happen. Your dimensionally greater self will inspire the ideas and actions of everyone necessary to make this physical contact. The law works in this way. So I stand here, close my eyes, and imagine that I am seeing what I would want to see if I were there. I stay there long enough to feel that it is real. I can't touch the walls of this room from here, but when you close your eyes and become still, you can imagine and feel that of touching them. You can stand where you are and imagine putting your hand on that wall. To show that you really are, put it there and slide it up and feel the wood. You can imagine it doing that without leaving your place. You can do that, and you will actually feel it if you become still enough and intense enough. I stand where I am and allow the world I want to see and physically enter to come before me, as if I were there now. In other words, I bring the elsewhere here by assuming that I am there. Is that clear? I let it come. I don't make it come. I simply imagine that I am there, and then I let it happen. If I want a physical presence, I imagine that it is standing here, and I touch it. Throughout the Bible, I find these suggestions. He laid his hands on them. He touched them. If you want to comfort someone, what is the automatic feeling? Laying your hand on them, you can't resist. You meet a friend and your hand automatically comes out. You shake hands or rest your hand on their shoulder. Suppose you were about to meet now a friend you haven't seen for a year, and he is a friend you are very fond of. What would you do? You would hug him, wouldn't you? Or you would rest your hand on him. In your imagination, bring him close enough to rest your hand on him and feel him solidly real. Limit the action to just that. You will be amazed at what happens. From then on, things begin to move. Your dimensionally larger self will inspire in everyone the ideas and actions necessary to bring you into physical contact. It works like this. Every day I place myself in the state of drowsiness. It is a very easy thing to do. But habit is a strange thing in man's world. It is not law, but habit acts as if it were the most irresistible law in the world. We are creatures of habit. If you create an interval each day where you place yourself in a drowsy state, say at 3 p.m., you know that at that time each day you will feel sleepy. Try it for a week and see if I'm not right. Sit for the purpose of creating a sleep-like state, as if you were sleepy, but don't push yourself too far beyond drowsiness, just enough to relax and leave you in control of the direction of your thoughts. Try it for a week, and every day at that time, regardless of what you are doing, you will hardly be able to keep your eyes open. If you know the time when you will be free, you can do it. But I suggest you don't do it lightly, because you will feel very, very sleepy and you may not want to. I have another way of praying. In this case, I always sit and find the most comfortable chair imaginable, or I lie on my back and relax completely. Make yourself comfortable. You must not be in any position where the body is stressed. Always put yourself in a position where you are comfortable. This is the first step. Knowing what you want is the beginning of prayer. Second, you have to build in your mind's eye one small event that implies that you have fulfilled your wish. I always let my mind wander over many things that might follow the answered prayer, and identify the one that is most likely to follow the fulfillment of my wish. A small thing as simple as shaking a hand, hugging a person, receiving a letter, writing a check, or whatever else implies the fulfillment of your wish. After you have decided on the action that implies that your wish has been fulfilled, sit in your pleasant and comfortable chair, or lie on your back. Close your eyes for the simple reason that it helps to induce this state that borders on sleep. The moment you feel this pleasant state of drowsiness, or the feeling of collected union in which you feel, I could move if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I could open my eyes if I wanted to, but I don't want to. When you get this feeling, you can be quite sure that you are in the perfect state to pray properly. In this feeling, it is easy to touch anything in this world. Take the simple little limited action involving the realization of your prayer and feel it or stage it. Whatever it is, get into the action as if you were an actor in the part. Don't sit back and visualize yourself doing it. Just do it. With the body immobilized, imagine that your larger self within the physical body comes out of it and that you are actually performing the proposed action. If you are going to walk, imagine that you are walking. Don't see yourself walking, feel yourself walking. If you are going to climb stairs, feel that you are climbing stairs. Don't visualize yourself doing it, feel yourself doing it. If you are going to shake someone's hand, don't visualize yourself shaking their hand. Imagine your friend standing in front of you and shaking their hand. But leave your physical hands immobilized and imagine that your larger hand, which is your imaginary hand, is actually shaking their hand. All you have to do is imagine that you are doing it. You are stretched in time, and what you are doing, which appears to be a controlled waking dream, is actually an act in the larger dimension of your being. You are actually encountering a four-dimensional event before you encounter it here in three-dimensional space, and you don't need to lift a finger to bring that state to occur. My third way of praying is simply feeling grateful. If I want something, for myself or another, I immobilize the physical body. Then I produce the sleep-like state, and in that state I simply feel happy. I feel grateful, and this gratitude implies the realization of gratitude, what I want. I assume the feeling of realized desire, and, with my mind dominated by this one feeling, I go to sleep. I do not need to do anything to make it so, because it is so. My feeling of realized desire implies that it is done. You can use all these techniques and modify them to suit your temperament. But I must stress the need to induce the state of drowsiness in which you can be attentive without effort. One feeling dominates the mind if you pray successfully. How would I feel now if I were what I want to be? When I know what the feeling would be, then I close my eyes and lose myself in that one feeling, and my dimensionally larger self then builds a bridge of events to lead me from this present moment to the realization of my state of mind. That is all you have to do. But people have a habit of downplaying the importance of simple things. We are creatures of habit, and we are slowly learning to abandon our previous conceptions, but the things we used to live by somehow influence our behavior. Here is a Bible story that illustrates my point. It is narrated that Jesus told his disciples to go to a certain crossroads, and there they would find a horse, a young colt not yet ridden by man. They were to bring the colt to him, and if anyone asked, "Why are you taking this colt?" answer, "The Lord needs it." They went to the crossroads and found the colt, and did exactly as they were told. They brought the wild colt to Jesus, and he rode it triumphantly all the way to Jerusalem. The story has nothing to do with a man riding a colt. You are the Jesus of the story. The foal is the state of mind you intend to assume, that is, the living animal not yet ridden by you. How would you feel if you realized your wish? A new feeling, like a young foal, is a very difficult thing to ride, unless you ride it with a disciplined mind. If I do not stay true to the state of mind, the young colt will unhitch me. Whenever you realize that you are not true to the state of mind, you have been unhorsed by the colt. Discipline your mind so that you remain true to the elevated state of mind and ride triumphantly into Jerusalem, which is the fulfillment, or the city of peace. This story precedes the Passover holiday 3, passing. If we are to pass from our present state to that of our ideal, we must assume that we are already what we wish to be and remain true to our assumption, for we must maintain an elevated state of mind if we are to walk with the Most High. A determined attitude of mind, a feeling that it is done, will make it so. If I walk as if I were, but occasionally look to see if it is really so, then I fall from my state of mind or foal. If I suspended judgment like Peter, I could walk on water. Peter began to walk on the water, and then he began to look at his understanding and began to go down. The voice said, "Look up, Peter." Peter looks up and rises again and continues to walk on the water. Instead of looking down to see if this thing is really crystallizing into actual fact, you simply have to recognize that it already is. Sustain that state of mind, and you will ride the wild colt into the city of Jerusalem. All of us have to learn to ride the animal straight into Jerusalem, without anyone else's help. You don't need others to help you. The strange thing is that while we maintain the elevated state of mind without falling, others cushion the blows. They scatter palm leaves in front of me to cushion my journey. I don't have to be worried. The bumps will be cushioned as I move toward my wish fulfillment. My elevated state of mind awakens in others the ideas and actions that tend toward the embodiment of my state of mind. If you walk true to an elevated state of mind, there will be no opposition or competition. The test of a teacher or teaching is found in the loyalty of the learner. I am leaving on Sunday night. Remain faithful to this instruction. If you look for causes outside of man's consciousness, then I have not convinced you of the reality of consciousness. If you look for excuses for failure, you will always find them, because you find what you are looking for. If you look for an excuse for failure, you will find it in the stars, in the numbers, in the teacup, or almost anywhere. The excuse may not be there, but you will find it to justify your failure. Successful businessmen and professionals know that this law works. You will not find it in gossip groups, but you will find it in brave hearts. Man's eternal journey is for one purpose: to reveal the Father. He comes to make his Father visible. And his Father is made visible in all the good things of this world. All things that are beautiful, that are of good fame. Ride these things and have no time for the unpleasant in this world, regardless of what it is. Stay true to the knowledge that your consciousness, your I am, your awareness of being aware is the only reality. It is the rock on which all phenomena can be explained. There is no explanation outside of this. I know of no clearer conception of the origin of phenomena than that consciousness is everything, and that everything is consciousness. What you seek is already lodged within you. If it were not in you now, all eternity could not evolve it. No amount of time would be long enough to evolve what is not potentially implied in you. You simply allow it to come into existence by assuming that it is already visible in your world, and by remaining faithful to your assumption, it will be consolidated into real fact. Your Father has countless ways of revealing your assumption. Fix this in your mind and always remember, an assumption, though false, if sustained, is consolidated into fact. You and your Father are one, and your Father is all that has been, is, and will be. Therefore, what you seek you already are, can never be so far away or even be near, because even nearness implies separation. The great Pascal said, "You would never have sought me if you had not already found me." What you now desire, you already have and seek only because you have already found it. You have found it in the form of desire. It is just as real in the form of desire in that it is about to exist for your body organs. You are already what you seek, and to express it, you have no one to change but yourself. Lesson 5. Stay trustful to your idea. Tonight is the 5th and final class of this course. First, however, I am going to do a kind of summary of what we did before. So, since many of you have asked me to elaborate further on Lesson 3, I will give you some more thoughts on four-dimensional thinking. I know that when a man sees something clearly, he can tell it. He can explain it. Last winter in Barbados, a fisherman, whose vocabulary did not exceed 1,000 words, told me more about dolphin behavior in 5 minutes than Shakespeare could have told me with his vast vocabulary, not knowing the habits of dolphins. This fisherman told me that dolphins like to play with floating wood, and in order to catch them, you have to throw the wood and submerge it as you would a child, because they like to pretend to come out of the water. As I said, this man's vocabulary was very limited, but he knew his fish, and he knew the sea. Because he knew dolphins, he could tell me all about their habits and how to catch them. When you say you know something but cannot explain it, then I say you do not know it, because when you really know it, you can express it naturally. If I asked you now to define prayer and said, how would you, through prayer, accomplish a goal, any goal? If you could tell me, then you know it. But if you cannot explain it, then you do not know it. When you see it clearly in your mind's eye, your greater self will inspire you with the words necessary to clothe the idea and express it beautifully. And you would express the idea much better than a man with an extensive vocabulary, but who does not see it as clearly as you do. If you have listened carefully during the past 4 lessons, you know that the Bible has no reference to people who never existed or events that never occurred on earth. The authors of the Bible were not writing history, but were writing a grand representation of the mind, which they clothed with the garb of history, and then adapted it to the limited capacity of the ignorant and unaware masses. You know that every Bible story is your story, that when the authors introduce dozens of characters into the same story, they are trying to show you the different qualities of mind you might use. You saw this when I read and interpreted for you more than a dozen stories in these evenings. For example, many people have wondered how Jesus, the most benevolent and loving man in the world, if he was a man, could have said to his mother what he is supposed to have said to her in chapter 2 of John's Gospel, where he is made to say by Jesus to his mother, "Woman, what shall I do with you?" John 2:4. You and I, who are not yet identified with the ideal we serve, would never say such a thing to our mother. Yet here is the embodiment of love saying to his mother, "Woman, what shall I do with you?" You are Jesus, and your mother is your conscience. Because consciousness is the cause of everything, so it is the great father-mother of all phenomena. You and I are creatures of habit. We get used to accepting the evidence of our senses as an ending, result. There is a need for wine for guests, and my senses tell me there is no wine. And I, through habit, am willing to accept this lack as an ending. When I remember that my consciousness is the one and only reality, if I therefore deny the evidence of my senses and assume the consciousness that I have enough wine, I have in a sense blamed my mother or the consciousness that suggested the lack. And by assuming the consciousness that I have what I want for my guests, wine is produced in a way we do not know. I just read a note here from a good friend of mine in the audience. Last Sunday he had an appointment at a church for a wedding. The clock told him he was late. Everything told him he was late. He was on a street corner waiting for a streetcar, but there were none to be seen coming. He imagined that instead of being on the street, he was in church. At that moment a car stopped in front of him. My friend told the driver about his problem, and the driver told him, "I am not going that way, but I will take you there." My friend got into the car and arrived at the church in time for the ceremony. This is applying the law correctly, the non-acceptance of the suggestion of delay. Never accept the suggestion of lack. In this case I say to myself, what am I to do with you? What am I to do with the evidence of my senses? Bring me all the goblets and fill them. In other words, I assume I have the wine and everything I desire. Then my dimensionally greater self inspires in all thoughts and actions that help the embodiment of my assumption. It is not about a man saying to his mother, "Woman, what shall I do with you?" It is about any man who knows this law who will say to himself, when his senses suggest lack, "What am I to do with you? Leave me alone." I will never listen to a voice like this again, because if I do, then I am fertilized by this idea and will get the fruit of lack. Let's turn to another story from Mark's Gospel, in which Jesus is hungry. And seeing in the distance a fig tree full of leaves, he went as if miraculously he could find something there. But when he got there, he found nothing but leaves, for it was not yet fig season. And Jesus answered and said to the tree, "No man shall eat your fruit from now on forever." And his disciples heard him. Mark 11:13-14. And in the morning, passing by, they saw the fig tree dried to the roots. Mark 11:20. Which tree am I hitting? Not a tree on the outside. It is my own consciousness. I am the vine, John 15:1. My consciousness, my I am is the big tree, and habit once again suggests lack, suggests nakedness, suggests that there are still 4 months to go before I can party. But I cannot wait 4 months. So I give myself this powerful thought that never again will I assume even for a moment that it will take 4 months to fulfill my wish. May the belief in lack from this day forward be banished and never again breed in my mind. It is not about a man hitting a tree. Everything in the Bible occurs in the mind of man. The tree, the city, the people, everything. There is not a statement in the Bible that does not represent some quality of the human mind. They are all personifications of the mind, and not things of the world. Consciousness is the one and only reality. There is no one we can turn to after discovering that our consciousness is God. Because God is the cause of everything, and there is no other than God. You cannot say that a devil causes certain things, and God causes other things. Listen to these words. Thus speaks the Lord to his chosen one, Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue the nations before him, to loosen the belts from the loins of the kings, to open before him the 2 gates left, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before you, and I will level the rough places. I will smash the brass doors to pieces and break the steel bars. And I will give you the treasures of darkness, and the hidden riches of secret places, that you may know that I, the Lord, who call you by name, am the God of Israel. Isaiah. I form light and create darkness. I make peace and create adversity. I, the Lord, make all these things. Isaiah 45:7. I created the earth and put man upon it. I, with my hands, stretched out the heavens and commanded all their armies. I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will smooth all his ways. He shall build my city, and he shall deliver my captives, not for money or reward, saith the Lord of hosts. Isaiah 45:12-13. I am the Lord, and there is no other. There is no God besides me. Isaiah 45:5. Read these words carefully. They are not my words. They are the inspired words of men who discovered that consciousness is the only reality. If I am wounded, I have wounded myself. If there is darkness in my world, I have created darkness and gloom and depression. If there is light and joy, I have created light and joy. There is no one, but this I am that does everything. You cannot find a cause external to your consciousness. Your world is a big mirror that constantly tells you who you are. When you meet people, they tell you who you are by their behavior. Your prayers will be no less devout because you are turning to your conscience for help. I do not think that anyone in prayer experiences more joy, compassion, and feeling of adoration than I do when I feel grateful as I assume the feeling of my fulfilled desire, knowing at the same time that it is to me that I have turned. In prayer you are called to believe that you possess what your reason and senses deny. When you pray, you believe that you have and will receive. The Bible says it this way. Therefore I say to you, whatever you desire, when you pray believe that you have received it, and you will obtain it. And when you pray, forgive if you have anything against anyone, so that your Father in heaven may also forgive you your wrongs. But if you do not forgive, neither will your Father in heaven forgive your wrongs. Mark 11:24, 25, 26. This is what we have to do when we pray. If I have something against another, whether it is a belief in sickness, poverty, or something else, I have to dissolve it and let it go, not by using words of denial, but by believing that the person in question is what he or she wants to be. In this way, I forgive it completely. I changed my conception of this person. I had nothing against her and forgave her. Forgiveness is complete forgetting. If I do not forget, then I have not forgiven. I forgive something only when I truly forget. I can repeat endlessly, I forgive you, but if every time I see you or think of you, I remember what I have against you, I have not forgiven you at all. Forgiveness is complete forgetfulness. When you go to the doctor and he gives you something for your illness, he is trying to get it out of you. so he gives you something instead of it. Give yourself a new conception of you instead of the old conception. Abandon the old conception completely. An answered prayer implies that something has been done as a result of the prayer that otherwise would not have been done. Thus, I myself am the spring of the action, the directing mind, and the one who grants the prayer. Those who pray successfully turn inward and appropriate the sought-after state. You have no sacrifices to offer. Do not let anyone tell you that you need to struggle and suffer. You do not need to struggle and suffer for the fulfillment of your desire. Read what is said in the Bible. For what purpose are your many sacrifices to me, says the Lord? I have had enough of fires that offer kids, and of the fat of fattened beasts, and I delight not in the blood of oxen or lambs or goats. When you come into my presence, who asked you to trample on my yards? Bring no more useless oblations. Incense is an abomination to me. New moons and Sabbaths, the gathering of assemblies, I cannot bear injustice and solemn assemblies. My soul hates your new moons and your commanded feasts. They have become a burden to me. I am weary to bear them. Isaiah 1:11-14. You must have a song like the night when a feast is celebrated, and joy in your hearts, as one who walks by the sound of the flute to the mountain of the Lord, to the mighty one of Israel. Isaiah 30:29, sing to the Lord a new song, and his praise from the ends of the earth. Isaiah 40:2-10. Sing, O ye heavens, for the Lord hath done it. Cry, ye lower parts of the earth. Burst forth to sing, ye mountains, O forests, and every tree in you. For the Lord hath redeemed Jacob, and manifested his glory in Israel. Isaiah 40:23. So the redeemed of the Lord will return, and they will come with songs for Zion, and an everlasting joy will be on their heads. They shall obtain happiness and joy, and sorrow and affliction shall fly away. Isaiah 51:11. The only acceptable gift is a joyful heart. Come with songs and praise. This is the way to come before the Lord your conscience. Assume the feeling of your realized desire, and you will have brought the only acceptable gift. All states of mind other than that of realized desire are an abomination, are superstitions, and mean nothing. When you come before me, rejoice, because rejoicing implies that something you desired has happened. Come before me singing, giving praise and thanks, because these states of mind imply acceptance of the state sought. Place yourself in the right state of mind, and your consciousness will embody it. If I could define a prayer for someone and explain it as clearly as I can, I would simply say, it is the feeling of desire fulfilled. If you ask, what do you mean by that? I would answer, I would feel in the situation of the answered prayer, and then live and act on that belief. I would try to sustain it effortlessly, that is, I would live and act as if it were already a fact, knowing that as I walk in this fixed attitude, my assumption will be solidified into actual fact. Time does not permit me to go any further with the argument that the Bible is not history. But if you have listened carefully to my message these past 4 evenings, I don't think you want any more proof that the Bible is not history. Apply what you have listened to, and you will realize your desires. And now I have told you before it happens, so that when it happens, you may believe. John 14:29. Many people, including myself, have observed events before they happened, that is, before they happened in this 3-dimensional world. Since man can observe an event before it happens in 3-dimensional space, then life on Earth proceeds according to a plan, and this plan must exist somewhere in another dimension and is slowly moving through space. If such events were not in this world when they were observed, then to be perfectly logical, they had to be outside this world. And whatever is there, to be seen here before it happens, must be predetermined from the point of view of the awake man in a 3-dimensional world. Yet the ancient masters taught us that we can alter our future, and my experience confirms the truth of their teaching. Therefore, my goal for this course is to indicate the possibilities inherent in man, to show that man can change his future. But once changed, it forms a deterministic sequence again, beginning at the point of interferenza, future that will be in accord with the change. The most remarkable feature of man's future is its flexibility. The future, although prepared in advance in every detail, has many end results. We have before us, at every moment of our lives, the choice of numerous futures that we will have. Everyone possesses two perspectives on the world: an earthly view and a spiritual view. The ancient masters called one the carnal mind and the other the Christic mind. We can differentiate them as the common waking consciousness, governed by our senses, and the controlled imagination, governed by desire. We recognize these two distinct centers of thought in this statement. The earthly mind receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God, for these are folly to it, neither can it know them, because they are spiritually understood. 1 Corinthians 2:14. The earthly view limits reality to the moment called now. For this earthly vision, the past and future are purely imaginary. The spiritual vision, on the other hand, sees the contents of time. The past and future are a whole present for the spiritual vision. What for the earthly mind is mental and subjective, for the spiritual man is concrete and objective. The habit of seeing only what our senses allow makes us totally blind to what we might otherwise see. To cultivate the faculty of seeing the invisible, we should often deliberately disconnect our minds from sense evidence and focus our attention on an invisible state, mentally feeling it until it has all the distinction of reality. Passionate thinking focused in a particular direction shuts out other feelings and makes them disappear. We only have to focus on the desired state to see it. The habit of withdrawing our attention from the region of sensation and focusing it on the invisible develops our spiritual perspective and enables us to penetrate beyond the world of the senses and see what is invisible. For the invisible things of Him are clearly seen from the creation of the world. Romans 1:20. This vision is completely independent of the natural faculties. Open it up and speed it up. A little practice will convince us that we can, by controlling our imagination, reshape our future in harmony with our desire. Desire is the spring of action. We could not move a single finger if we did not have the desire to move it. No matter what we do, we follow the desire that currently dominates our minds. When we break a habit, our desire is greater than our desire to continue the habit. Desires that compel us to action are those that hold our attention. A desire is nothing more than the awareness of something we lack and need to make our life more enjoyable. Desires always have personal gain in view, and the greater the expected gain, the more intense the desire. There is absolutely no such thing as a non-selfish desire. Where there is nothing to gain, there is no desire, and consequently no action. The spiritual man speaks to the earthly man through the language of desire. The key to progress in life and to the realization of dreams lies in ready obedience to His voice. Obedience without hesitation to His voice is an immediate assumption of realized desire. To desire a condition is to have it. As Pascal said, "You would not have sought me if you had not already found me." Man, by assuming the feeling of his realized desire, and then living and acting according to this belief, modifies the future in harmony with his assumption. Assumptions awaken what they affirm. As soon as man assumes the feeling of his realized desire, his four-dimensional self finds ways for the attainment of this end, discovers the methods for its realization. I know of no clearer definition of the means by which we achieve our desires than experience in the imagination what we would experience in the flesh if we achieved our goal. This imaginary experience of the ending with acceptance overcomes the means. The four-dimensional self then constructs with its larger perspective the means necessary to realize the accepted ending. The undisciplined mind finds it difficult to assume a state that is denied by the senses. But here is a technique that makes it easy to call things that are not seen as if they were, that is, to encounter an event before it happens. People have a habit of underestimating the importance of simple things. But this simple formula for changing the future was discovered after years of research and experimentation. The first step in changing the future is desire, that is, defining your goal, knowing definitively what you want. Second, construct an event that you believe you would experience successfully to the fulfillment of your desire, an event that involves the fulfillment of your desire, something that will have the action of the self as predominant. Third, immobilize the physical body and induce a sleep-like condition by imagining that you are sleepy. Lie down on your bed or relax in an armchair. Then, with your eyelids closed and your attention focused on the action you intend to experience in your imagination, mentally feel yourself straight into the proposed action, imagining all the while that you are actually performing the action here and now. You must always participate in the imaginary action, not simply stand behind and watch it, but feel that you are actually performing the action so that the imaginary feeling is real to you. It is important to always remember that the proposed action must be one that follows the fulfillment of your desire. It must also feel you in the action until it has all the vividness and distinction of reality. For example, suppose you wish for a promotion at work. Receiving congratulations would be an event that you would experience following the realization of your wish. Having selected this action as the one you will experience in your imagination, immobilize the physical body and induce a sleep-like state, a stupor in which you are still able to control the direction of your thoughts, a state in which you are effortlessly attentive. Then visualize a friend standing in front of you. Place your imaginary hand in his. Feel it solid and real, and conduct an imaginary conversation with him in harmony with action. Don't visualize yourself receiving congratulations on your good fortune at a distant point in time and space. Instead, make the elsewhere here and the future the now. The future event is a now reality in a dimensionally larger world, and strangely enough, the now in a dimensionally larger world is equivalent to the here in the three-dimensional space of everyday life. The difference between feeling yourself in action here and now and visualizing yourself in action as if you were on a movie screen is the difference between success and failure. The difference will be appreciated if you visualize yourself now climbing a ladder. So with your eyes closed, imagine that a ladder is right in front of you and feel that you are actually climbing it. Desire, physical stillness bordering on sleep, and imaginary action in which the self predominates with feeling here and now are not only important factors in modifying the future, but are also essential conditions in consciously projecting the spiritual self. When the physical body is immobilized and we become possessed by the idea of doing something, if we imagine that we are doing it here and now and continue in the imaginary action with feeling until sleep follows it, is likely that we will wake up out of the physical body to find ourselves in a dimensionally larger world with a dimensionally larger vision, actually doing what we wished and imagined we were doing in the flesh. But whether we wake up there or not, we are really performing the action in the four-dimensional world, and in the future we will relive it here in the three-dimensional world. Experience has taught me to narrow the imaginary action, to condense the idea that will be the object of our meditation to a single act, and to relive it over and over again until it has the feeling of reality. Otherwise, attention will wander along an associative path, and multitudes of associated images will present themselves to our attention, and within seconds, lead us hundreds of miles and years away from our target in time and space. If we decide to go up a particular flight of stairs, because it is the likely event that would follow the fulfillment of our desire, then we must restrict the action to that particular flight of stairs. If attention should wander, bring it back to its task of climbing that flight of stairs, and continue to do so until the imagined action has all the solidity and distinction of reality. The idea must be kept in the field of representation without sensible effort on our part. We must, with minimal effort, permeate the mind with the feeling of realized desire. Sleepiness facilitates change because it promotes effortless attention, but it should not be pushed to the state of sleep, in which we would no longer be able to control the movements of our attention, but a moderate degree of sleepiness in which we are still able to direct our thoughts. A very effective way to embody a wish is to assume the feeling of the fulfilled wish. Then, in a relaxed and sleepy state, repeat over and over again, like a lullaby, a short phrase that implies the fulfillment of your wish, for example, "Thank you. Thank you. thank you, until only the feeling of gratitude dominates the mind. Speak these words as if you are addressing a higher power for fulfilling it for you. However, if we seek a conscious projection into a dimensionally larger world, then we must keep the action going until we fall asleep, experiencing in the imagination with all the distinction of reality what we would experience in the flesh if we achieved our goal. We must, in time, experience it in the flesh as we experienced it in our imagination. You feed your mind with assumptions, that is, assertions you assume to be true, because assumptions, even if false, if they persist as long as they have the feeling of reality, solidify into actual facts. For an assumption, any means that promotes its realization is good. It influences everyone's behavior, inspiring in everyone the movements, actions, and words that tend toward its realization. To understand how man shapes his future in harmony with his assumptions simply by experiencing in his imagination what he would experience in reality if he realized his goal, we need to know what is meant by a dimensionally larger world, because it is to a dimensionally larger world that we go to modify our future. The observation of an event before it occurs implies that the event is predetermined from the human perspective in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, to change the conditions here in three-dimensional space, we must first change them in four-dimensional space. Man does not know what exactly is meant by a dimensionally larger world, and would undoubtedly deny the existence of a dimensionally larger self. He is familiar with the three dimensions of length, width, and height, and feels that if there were a fourth dimension, it should be just as obvious to him as are the dimensions of length, width, and height. A dimension is not a line. It is any way in which something can be measured, completely different from all other ways. That is, to measure a square solid dimensionally, we simply measure it in any direction except in its length, width, and height. Now, is there any other way to measure an object other than its length, width, and height? Time measures my life without using the three dimensions of length, width, and height. There is no such thing as an instantaneous object. Its appearance and disappearance are measurable. It lasts for a definite length of time. We can measure its life without using the dimensions of length, width, and height. Time, therefore, is definitely a fourth way of measuring an object. The more dimensions an object has, the more substantial and real it becomes. A straight line, which is entirely in one dimension, acquires form, mass, and substance with the addition of other dimensions. What new quality could time, the fourth dimension, give that would make the object far superior to solids, just as solids are to surfaces and surfaces are to lines? Time is a medium for changes in experience, since all changes require time. So the new quality is modifiability. If we bisect a solid, we observe that its cross-section will be a surface. If we bisect a surface, we will get a line, and by bisecting a line, we get a point. This means that a point is just a cross-section of a line, which in turn is just a cross-section of a surface, which in turn is just a cross-section of a solid, which in turn, if taken to its logical conclusion, is just a cross-section of a four-dimensional object. We cannot avoid the inference that all three-dimensional objects are just cross-sections of four-dimensional bodies, which means that when I meet you, I meet a cross-section of the four-dimensional you, the four-dimensional self that cannot be seen. To see your four-dimensional self, I have to see every cross-section or moment of your life, from birth to death, and see them all as coexisting. My vision should encompass the full range of sensory impressions you experienced on Earth, plus those you might encounter. I should see them not in the order in which they were experienced by you, but as a whole present. Since change is the characteristic of the fourth dimension, I should see them in a state of continuous mutation, as a living, animated whole. Now, if we have all this clearly fixed in our minds, what does it mean for us in this three-dimensional world? It means that if we can move along the entire length of time, we can see the future and change it if we wish. This world that we believe is so solidly real is only a shadow out of which and beyond which we can, at any time, pass. It is an abstraction from a more fundamental and dimensionally larger world, a more fundamental world extrapolated from an even more fundamental and dimensionally larger world. and so on ad infinitum. Because the absolute is unattainable by any means or analysis, no matter how many dimensions we add to the world. Man can demonstrate the existence of a dimensionally larger world simply by focusing his attention on an invisible state and imagining that he sees and hears it. If he remains focused in this state, his present environment will disappear, and he will awaken to a dimensionally larger world in which the object of his contemplation will be seen as an objective, concrete reality. I feel intuitively that if he were to extrapolate his thoughts from this dimensionally larger world and withdraw even further into his mind, he would again cause an externalization of time. He would find that whenever he withdraws into his inner mind and brings about an externalization of time, space becomes dimensionally larger. And he would then conclude that both time and space are serial, and that the drama of life is but the climbing of multiple dimensional blocks of time. Scientists will one day explain why there is a serial universe. But in practice, it is more important how we use this serial universe to change the future. To change the future, we need only concern ourselves with two of the worlds in the infinite series: the world we know by virtue of our body organs, and the world we perceive independent of our body organs. I have stated that man, at every moment of time, is faced with the choice of different futures he will have. But a question arises: how is this possible when man's experiences, awake in the three-dimensional world, are predetermined, as implied by his observation of an event before it occurs? This ability to change the future can be understood if we compare the experiences of life on Earth to a printed page. Man experiences events on Earth individually, and subsequently in the same way that you are now experiencing the words on this page. Imagine that each word on this page represents a single sensory impression. To understand the context, to understand what I mean, you must focus your eyes on the first word in the upper left corner, and then move it down the page from left to right, dropping it on the words individually and successively. When your eyes reach the last word on the page, you have extracted my meaning. But suppose that, looking at the page with all the words printed on it equally present, you decided to rearrange them. By rearranging them, you could tell a completely different story. In fact, you could tell many different stories. A dream is nothing more than uncontrolled four-dimensional thinking, or the reorganization of both past and future sensory impressions. Man rarely dreams events in the order in which he experiences them while awake. He usually dreams two or more events separated in time, merged into a single sensory impression, or he so completely reorders his individual sensory impressions while awake that he does not recognize them when he later encounters them in his waking state. For example, I dreamed that I was delivering a package to the restaurant in my building. The owner told me, "You can't leave it here," after which the elevator operator gave me some letters, and I thanked him, and he, in turn, thanked me. At this point, the night elevator operator appeared and waved to me. The next day, when I left my apartment, I took some letters that had been placed at my door. On the way down, I gave the elevator operator a tip and thanked him for taking care of my mail, after which he thanked me for the tip. On my return home that day, I heard the doorman say to the delivery man, "You can't leave it here." And as I was about to take the elevator, I was attracted by a familiar face in the restaurant, and when I looked inside, the owner greeted me with a smile. That evening, I walked the guests I had for dinner to the elevator, and as I greeted them, the night elevator attendant waved to me. By simply rearranging some of the individual sensory impressions I was bound to encounter, and merging two or more of them into a single sensory impression, I constructed a dream that differed quite a bit from my waking experience. When we have learned to control the movements of our attention in the four-dimensional world, we will be able to consciously create circumstances in the three-dimensional world. We can learn this control through daydreaming, in which our attention can be maintained effortlessly, because effortless attention is indispensable for changing the future. In a controlled daydream, we can consciously construct an event that we wish to experience in the three-dimensional world. The sensory impressions we use to construct our waking dream are present realities displaced in time, that is, in the four-dimensional world. All we have to do in constructing the dream in the waking state is to select from the wide range of sensory impressions those that, appropriately combined, imply that we have realized our desire. With the dream clearly defined, we relax in the chair and induce a sleep-like state. A state that, although bordering on sleep, leaves us in conscious control of the movements of our attention. Then we experience in imagination what we would experience in reality if this daydream were an objective fact. In applying this technique to change the future, it is important to always remember that the only thing that must occupy your mind during waking dreaming is the awakening dream, the predetermined action and sensation that implies the fulfillment of our desire. How the waking dream becomes a physical fact is not our concern. Our acceptance of the waking dream as a physical reality wins the means for its realization. I would like once again to lay the foundation for prayer, which is nothing more than a dream controlled while awake. 1. Define your goal. You absolutely must know what you want. 2. Construct an event that you believe you would encounter following the fulfillment of your desire, something that has the action of the self as predominant an event that involves the fulfillment of your desire. 3. Immobilize the physical body and induce a sleep-like state of consciousness. Then, mentally feel yourself directly into the proposed action until the one feeling of accomplishment dominates the mind, imagining all the time that you are actually performing the action here and now, so that you experience in the imagination what you would experience in the flesh if you realized your goal. Experience has convinced me that this is the easiest way to realize our goals. However, my many failures would condemn me if I wanted to mean that I have completely mastered the movements of my attention. But I can say with the ancient master, "This one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind and reaching out toward those things which are before. I press on toward the goal to arrive at the prize." Philippians 3:13-14. Once again, I want to remind you that the responsibility for making real in this world what you have done is not on your shoulders. Do not worry about the how. You have assumed that it is done, and the assumption has its own way of objectifying itself. All the responsibility for making it so is lifted from you. There is a small statement in the book of Exodus that confirms this. Millions of people who have read it or been referred to it through the centuries have completely misunderstood it. The statement says, "Do not cook a kid in its mother's milk." Exodus 23:19. Millions of people, misunderstanding this statement, to this day in the enlightened year 1948, do not eat dairy products along with meat. It is just not done. They believe the Bible is history, and when it says, "Do not cook a kid in its mother's milk," they take this statement literally and do not eat lamb or other meat with milk and its products, such as butter and cheese, at the same time. In fact, they even use different pots to cook the meat. But now you will apply it psychologically. You have performed your meditation and assumed that you are what you wish to be. Consciousness is God. Your attention is like the very flow of life or milk that nourishes and makes alive that which holds your attention. In other words, that which holds your attention has your life. Throughout the ages, the kid has been used as a symbol of sacrifice. You have given life to everything in your world. But there may be things that you no longer want to keep alive, even though you have procreated them. You are a jealous father who, like Kronos, can easily devour his children. It is your right to devour what you previously expressed when you did not know better. Now you are detached in consciousness from your previous state. It was your kid. It was your child that you had embodied and expressed in your world. But now that you have assumed that you are what you wanted to be, don't look back at your previous state, wondering how it will disappear from your world. Because if you look back and give it attention, you are once again stewing that kid in his mother's milk. Don't say to yourself, "I wonder if I have really detached myself from that state," or, "I wonder if this and that is true and when it will happen." Give your attention to the assumption that the thing is that way, because all the responsibility of making it that way is completely removed from your shoulders. You don't have to make it that way, because it is that way. Having appropriated what is already a fact, Walk in the assumption that it is so. And in a way that you do not know, I do not know, no one knows. It will be objectified in your world. Only when it is appropriated can your desire become objectified. Don't worry about the how, and don't look back to your previous state, for Luke tells us that no one who, after putting his hand to the plow, looks back, is fit for the kingdom of God. Luke 9:62. Simply assume that it is done and suspend reason. Suspend all arguments of the three-dimensional conscious mind. Your desire is beyond the reach of the three-dimensional mind. Assume that you are what you wish to be. Walk as if you were. And as you remain true to your assumption, it will solidify into actual fact. Questions and answers. 1. What is the significance of the emblem on the covers of your books? It is an eye imposed on a heart that, in turn, is imposed on a tree laden with fruit, signifying that what you are aware of and accept as true you will realize. As a man thinks in his heart, so he is. 2. I would like to be married, but I haven't found the right man. How do I imagine a husband? Tirelessly in love with ideals, it is the ideal state that captures the mind. Do not limit the state of marriage to a certain man, but to a full, rich, and overflowing life. You desire to experience the joy of marriage. Do not change your dream, but enhance it by making it more beautiful. Then condense your desire into one feeling, or act that implies its fulfillment. In the Western world, a woman wears a wedding ring on the ring finger of her left hand. Motherhood does not necessarily imply marriage. Intimacy does not necessarily imply marriage, but a wedding ring does. Relax in a comfortable chair or lie on your back and induce a sleep-like state. Then assume the feeling of being married. Imagine a wedding ring on your finger. Touch it. Twist it around your finger. Pull it off the knuckle. Keep the action going until the ring has the distinction and feeling of reality. Become so lost in feeling the ring on your finger that when you open your eyes, you will be surprised that it is not there. If you are a man who does not wear a ring, you might take on more responsibility. How would you feel if you had a wife to take care of? Assume the feeling of being a happily married man right now. 3. What do I need to do to inspire creative thoughts, such as those needed for writing? What should you do? Assume that the story has already been written and accepted by a major publishing house. Reduce the idea of being a writer to the feeling of satisfaction. Repeat the phrase, "Isn't it wonderful?" or "Thank you, thank you, thank you," over and over again until you feel successful. Or, imagine a friend congratulating you. There are countless ways to imply success, but always go to the end. Acceptance of the ending trumps its fulfillment. Do not think you will get the writing streak, but live and act as if you are now the author you wish to be. Assume that you have the talent to write. Think about the motto you want to visualize on the outside. If you write a book and no one is willing to buy it, there is no satisfaction. Act as if people are hungry for your work. You live as if you cannot produce stories or books fast enough to meet the demand. Persist in this assumption, and whatever is needed to achieve your goal will soon burst into bloom and express it. 4. How do I imagine a wider audience for my speeches? I can best answer that by sharing the technique used by a very capable teacher I know. When this man first came to this country, he began speaking in a small hall in New York. Although only 50 or 60 people attended his meeting Sunday morning, and they sat in the front, this teacher would stand at the podium and imagine a large audience. Then he would say to the empty space, "Can you hear me back there?" Today the man speaks at Carnegie Hall in New York to about 2,500 people every Sunday morning and Wednesday evening. He wanted to speak to crowds. He was not modest. He did not try to deceive himself, but he built a crowd in his consciousness, and the crowd came. Stand before a large audience. Speak to this audience in your imagination. Feel that you are on that stage, and your feeling will provide the means. 5. Is it possible to imagine several things at the same time? Or should I limit my imagining to a single desire? I personally like to limit my imaginal act to one thought, but that does not mean I stop there. During the course of a day, I can imagine many things, but instead of imagining a lot of little things, I would like to suggest imagining something so big that it includes all the little things. Instead of imagining wealth, health, and friends, imagine being ecstatic. You could not be ecstatic and be in pain. You could not be ecstatic and be threatened by a notice of dispossession. You could not be ecstatic if you were not fully enjoying friendship and love. What would the feeling be if you were ecstatic without knowing what happened to produce your ecstasy? You reduce the idea of ecstasy to the one feeling. Isn't it wonderful? Do not allow the conscious rational mind to ask why, because if it does, it starts looking for visible causes, and then the feeling will be lost. Rather, repeat over and over again, "Isn't it wonderful?" Suspend judgment about what is wonderful. Capture that feeling of wonder of everything, and things will happen to bear witness to the truth of that feeling. And I promise you, it will include all the little things. 6. How often should I perform the imaginal act? A few days or a few weeks? The book of Genesis tells of Jacob wrestling with an angel. This story gives us the clue we are looking for, that when the sense of satisfaction is achieved, helplessness follows. When the feeling of reality is yours, at least for the moment, you are mentally powerless. The desire to repeat the act of prayer is lost, replaced by the sense of fulfillment. You cannot persist in desiring what you already have. If you assume that you are what you desire to be to the point of ecstasy, you no longer desire it. Your imaginal act is as much a creative act as a physical one, in which man stops, shrinks, and is blessed. For as man creates his likeness, so too your imaginal act is transformed into the likeness of your assumption. If, however, you do not reach the point of satisfaction, repeat the action over and over again until you feel that you have touched it and that virtue has come out of you. 7. I was taught not to ask for earthly things, only spiritual growth, but money and things are what I need. You must be honest with yourselves. Throughout the Bible, the question is asked, "What do you want from me?" Some wanted to see, some wanted to eat, and some wanted to be healed. Or, "May my child live." Your dimensionally greater self speaks to you through the language of desire. Do not deceive yourselves. Knowing what you want, claim that you already have it, for it is your Father's pleasure to give it to you, and remember, what you desire, that you have. 8. When you have assumed your desire, do you always keep in mind the eternal presence of this greater being who protects you and gives you your assumption? Acceptance of the ending overcomes the means. Take on the feeling of your fulfilled desire, and your dimensionally greater self will determine the means. When you appropriate a state as having it, the day's activities will divert your mind from all anxious thoughts so that you do not look for signs. You do not need to carry the feeling that some presence is going to do it for you, but rather you know that it is already done. Knowing that it is already a fact, you walk as if it is so, and things will happen to make it so. You don't have to be worried about some presence doing something for you. Your deeper, dimensionally greater you has already done it. All you have to do is move to the place, state of mind, where you will meet it. Remember the story of the man who left the master and was on his way home when he met his servant who said, "Your son lives." And when he asked at what hour the servant was made, he replied, "The 7th hour." The same hour that he had assumed his wish had been made for him, for it was at the 7th hour that the master said, "Your son lives." Your desire is already granted. Walk as it were, and, even if time beats slowly in this dimension of your being, it will still bring you confirmation of your assumption. I ask you not to be impatient, however. If there is one thing you really need, it is patience. 9. Isn't there a law that says you can't get anything for nothing? Don't we have to earn what we desire? The creation is finished. It is your Father's good pleasure to give you His kingdom. The parable of the prodigal son is your answer. Despite man's rejections, when he comes to his senses and remembers who he is, he feeds on the fatted calf of plenty and wears the robe and ring of power. There is nothing to be gained. Creation was finished in the foundations of time. You, as man, are God made visible in order to show what is, not what will be. Do not think that you have to work out your salvation by the sweat of your brow. The harvest is not 4 months away. The fields are already ripe. Simply stick your sickle. 10. Doesn't the thought that creation is finished rob one of one's initiative? If you observe an event before it occurs, then the event that occurred must be predetermined from the point of view of being awake in this three-dimensional world. Yet, there is no need to encounter what you observe. You can, by changing your conception of you, interfere with your future and shape it in harmony with your changed conception of you. 11. Doesn't this ability to change the future negate the fact that creation is finite? No. You, by changing your conception of you, change your relation to things. If you rearrange the words of one story to write a different one, you have not created new words, but simply had the joy of rearranging them. Your conception of you determines the order of the events you encounter. They are in the creation of the world, but not their order of combination. 12. Why do those who work hard in metaphysics always seem to be in want? Because he did not really apply metaphysics. I am not talking about a mushy approach to life, but a daily application of the law of conscience. When you appropriate your good, there is no need for a man or a state to act as the means through which your good will come. Living in a man's world, money is necessary in my daily life. If I invite you to lunch tomorrow, I have to pay the bill. When I leave the hotel, I have to pay the bill. To take the train back to New York, I have to pay my train ticket. I need money, and it has to be there. I am not going to say, God knows best, and He knows I need money. Rather, I am going to appropriate the money, as it were. We must live with courage. We must go through life as if we own what we want to own. Don't think that because you helped someone else, someone outside of you saw your good deeds, and will give you something to ease your burden. There is no one to do it for you. You yourself must go boldly to appropriate what your Father has already given you. 13. Can a person without education educate himself by assuming the feeling of being educated? Yes. An aroused interest is rewarded with information from all sides. You must sincerely desire to be well educated. The desire to be educated, followed by the assumption that you are, makes you selective in your readings. As you progress in your education, you automatically become more selective, more demanding in everything you do. 14. My husband and I are taking classes together. Should we discuss our wishes with each other? There are 2 spiritual sayings that permeate the Bible. One is, "Go and tell no one." The other is, "I told you before it occurs so that when it occurs, you will believe." It takes spiritual boldness to tell another that your wish is fulfilled before it is seen on the outside. If you do not have this kind of courage, then it is better to keep silent. I personally love to tell my wife about my plans because we both have such excitement when they come into existence. The first person to whom a man wants to demonstrate this law is his wife. It is said that Muhammad is eternally great because his first disciple was his wife. 15. Should my husband and I work on the same project or on separate projects? This depends entirely on you. My wife and I have different interests, but we have many things in common. Remember the story I told about our return to the United States this spring? I felt it was my duty as a husband to get the place back for America, so I took charge of that myself. I feel that there are some things that are my wife's responsibility, such as keeping the house clean and pleasant and finding the right school for our daughter, so she takes care of those. Very often my wife asks me to imagine for her, as if she has greater confidence in my ability to do so than in her own. This flatters me, because any man worth his salt wants to feel that his family has confidence in him. But I see nothing wrong with communion between two who love each other. 16. It occurs to me that if we get too far into the drowsy state, there would be a lack of feelings. When I talk about feeling, I don't mean emotion, but the acceptance that the desire is fulfilled. Feeling grateful, satisfied, or thankful, it is easy to say, "Thank you. Isn't it wonderful?" or "It is accomplished." When you get to the state of gratitude, you can either awaken with the knowledge that it is done, or fall asleep in the feeling of desire fulfilled. 17. Is love a product of our own consciousness? All things exist in our consciousness, whether they are love or hate. Nothing comes from outside. The hills you look to for help are those of an inner range. Our feelings of love, hate, or indifference all arise from our consciousness. You are infinitely greater than you can ever conceive yourselves to be. Never in eternity will you be able to reach the ultimate you. That is how wonderful you are. Love is not a product of you. You are love, because that is what God is, and God's name is I Am, the same name by which you call yourself before you make the statement about the state you are in now. 18. Suppose my wishes cannot materialize until 6 months, 1 year. Should I wait to imagine them? When desire is upon you, that is the time to accept your desire in its fullness. Perhaps there are reasons why desire is given to you at this time. Your three-dimensional being may think it cannot be now, but your four-dimensional mind knows it already is. So the desire must be accepted by you as a physical fact now. Suppose you want to build a house. The desire to have is now, but it will take time for the trees to grow and the carpenter to build the house. Even if the desire seems huge, don't wait to adapt to it. Claim possession of it now and let it objectify itself in its own strange way. Don't say it will take 6 months or a year. The moment the desire comes to you, assume that it is already a given. You and only you have given your desire a time frame, and time is relative when it comes to this world. Don't wait for something to happen. Accept it now as it is and see what happens. When you have a desire, the deepest you, whom men call God, is speaking. He invites you through the language of desire to accept what is not, what must be. Desire is simply his communion with you, telling you that your desire is yours now. Acceptance of this fact is demonstrated by your complete adaptation to it, as if it were true. 19. Why do some people die young? In retrospect, our lives are not measured in years, but by the content of those years. 20. What do you consider a full life? The variety of experiences. The more varied they are, the richer your life is. At death you operate in a dimensionally larger world, and you play your piece on a keyboard composed of a lifetime of human experiences. Therefore, the more varied your experiences, the more excellent your instrument, and the richer your life. 21. What about a child who dies at birth? The child who is born lives forever, for nothing dies. It may seem that the child who dies at birth has no keyboard of human experience, but, as a poet once said, he drew a circle that shut me out, impious, rascal, despicable thing. But love and I had the wit to win. We drew a circle that included him. The beloved has access to the sensory experiences of the lover. God is love, so ultimately everyone has an instrument, the keyboard of which are the sensory impressions of all people. 22. What is your prayer technique? It starts with desire, because desire is the spring of action. You must know and define your goal, and then condense it into a feeling that implies realization. When your desire is clearly defined, immobilize the physical body and experience in your imagination, the action that implies its realization. Repeat this action over and over again until it has the vividness and feeling of reality. Or, condense your wish into a single phrase that implies fulfillment, such as, "Thank you, Father." "Isn't it wonderful?" or "It is done." Repeat that condensed phrase or action in your imagination over and over again. Then awaken from that state or slip into the deep. It doesn't matter, because the action is done when you completely accept it as finished in that state of drowsiness. 23. Two people want the same job. One gets it, while the other, who had it before, wants it back. Your Father, the dimensionally greater you, has ways and means you do not know. Accept His wisdom. Feel that your wish is granted, so let your Father grant it to you. The present one might be promoted to a higher position, or marry a very rich man and quit her job. She might come into possession of a large amount of money, or choose to move to another state. Many people say they want to work, but I seriously wonder. They want security and condition that security on a job. But I don't think the average girl really wants to get up early in the morning and go to work. 24. What is the cause of disease and pain? The physical body is an emotional filter. Many human diseases, hitherto considered purely physical, are now recognized as rooted in emotional disorders. Pain comes from lack of relaxation. When we sleep, there is no pain. If you are under anesthetic, there is no pain because we are relaxed, so to speak. If you have pain, it is because you are tense and trying to force something. You cannot force an idea to realization. You simply appropriate it. It is attention less effort. Only practice will bring you to the point where you can be attentive and yet be relaxed. Attention is tension toward an end, and relaxation is exactly the opposite. Here are two completely opposite ideas that you must harmonize until, with practice, you learn how to be attentive but not tense. The word affirmation means effortless attention. In the state of affirmation, you are possessed by the idea without tension. 25. As much as I try to be happy, deep down I have a melancholy feeling of being cut off. Why? Because you feel you are not wanted. If I were you, I would assume to be wanted. You know the technique. The assumption of being wanted might seem false to you at first. But if you feel wanted and respected and persist in that assumption, you will be surprised at how others will seek you out. They will begin to see qualities in you that they have never seen before. I promise you, if you just assume that you are wanted, you will be. 26. If security came to me through the death of a loved one, did I cause the death? Don't think for a second that you caused a death by assuming safety. The greater you has no intention of hurting anyone. It sees everything, and, knowing the length of everyone's life, can inspire others to give you what can fulfill your assumption. You did not kill the person who named you in his will. If, a few days after the complete acceptance of the idea of security, Uncle John made his exit from this three-dimensional plane and left you his estate, it is only because it was time for Uncle John to go. He, however, did not die even a second before his time. The greater you saw John's lifespan and used it as a way to realize the realization of your feeling of security. Acceptance of the ending wins the means toward the realization of that ending. Do not worry about anything except the ending. Always keep in mind that the responsibility for making it happen is completely removed from your shoulders. It is yours because you accept that it is so. 27. I have more than one goal. Would it be ineffective if I focus on different goals at different times of concentration? I like to take one burning ambition, limit it to one short sentence or Zion that implies accomplishment, but I don't limit my ambition. I just know that my real goal will include all the little ones. 28. I find it difficult to change my conception of myself. Why? Because your desire to change has not been aroused. If you fell in love with what you really want to be, you would become it. It takes an intense hunger to cause a transformation of self. As the deer yearns for the streams of water, So my soul yearns for you, O Lord. If you become as thirsty for perfection as the little deer is for water to face the anger of the tiger in the forest, you would become perfect. 29. I am contemplating a business venture. It means a lot to me, but I can't imagine how it could come into being. You are relieved of this responsibility. You do not have to make it a reality. It already is. Although your conception of yourself seems so distant from the enterprise you now contemplate, it exists today as a reality within you. Ask yourself how you would feel and what you would do if your enterprise were a great success. Become identified with that character and feeling, and you will be amazed at how quickly you will realize your dream. The only sacrifice you are called upon to make is to abandon your current conception of you and appropriate the desire you want to express. 30. As a student of metaphysics, I was taught to believe that race beliefs and universal assumptions influence me. Do you mean that only to the extent that I give these universal beliefs power over me, I am influenced by them? Yes. It is only your individual point of view, because your world always bears witness to your current conception of you. If someone offends you, they change the conception of you. That is the only way others change. Tonight's text can be read by any 6 people in this room, and no 2 people will interpret the same story in the same way. One will be exultant, another depressed, another indifferent, and so on. And yet it is the same story. Universal assumptions, race beliefs, call them what you will, are not important to you. What is important is your conception, not someone else's of yourself, because your conception of yourself determines your conception of others. Forget about others. What are they to you? Follow your own desires. The law is always in operation, always absolute. Your consciousness is the rock on which all structures rest. Pay attention to what you are conscious of. You do not have to worry about others, because you are sustained by the absoluteness of this law. No man comes to you of his own free will, whether he is good, bad, or indifferent. He has not chosen you. You chose him. He was drawn to you because of who you are. You cannot forcibly destroy the state that another represents. Rather, leave him alone. What is he to you? Rise to a higher level of consciousness, and you will find a new world awaiting you. And when you sanctify yourself, others are sanctified. 31. Who wrote the Bible? The Bible was written by intelligent men who used phallic and solar myths to reveal psychological truths. But we mistook their allegories for history, and thus failed to see their true message. It is strange, but when the Bible was introduced to the world and acceptance seemed in sight, the great library of Alexandria was destroyed by fire, leaving no trace of how the Bible came into being. Few people can read other languages, so they cannot compare their beliefs with others. Our churches do not encourage us to compare. How many of the millions of people who accept the Bible as fact discuss it? Believing it to be the Word of God, they blindly accept the words and thus miss the essence it contains. Having accepted the vehicle, they do not understand what the vehicle conveys. 32. Do you use the apocryphal scriptures? Not in my classes. I have several volumes of them at home. They are no larger than the 66 books of our current Bible. They simply tell the same truth in a different way. For example, the story is told of Jesus as a boy, watching the children make birds out of mud. Holding the birds in their hands, they pretended that the birds were flying. Jesus approaches and strikes the birds in their hands. As they begin to cry, he picks up one of the broken birds and reshapes it. Holding it high, he blows on it, and the bird flies. Here is a story of one who came to break the idols in the minds of men, and then show them how to use the same substance and reshape it into a beautiful form and give it life. This is what this story is trying to convey. I come not to bring peace, but a sword. Truth kills all the little mud birds of the mind, kills illusions, and then reshapes them into a new path that liberates man. 33. If Jesus was a fictional character created by the authors of the Bible for the purpose of illustrating some psychological drama, how do you explain the fact that he and his philosophy are mentioned in the non-religious and non-Christian history of those times? Were not Pontius Pilate and Herod Roman officials of those times in the flesh? The story of Jesus is the identical story of the Hindu savior Krishna. They are the same psychological characters. Both are supposed to have been born to virgin mothers. The rulers of the time tried to destroy them when they were children. Both healed the sick, raised the dead, taught the gospel of love, and died martyrs for humanity. Hindus and Christians alike believe that their Savior is God made man. Today people quote Socrates, yet the only evidence that Socrates ever existed is in Plato's works. It is said that Socrates drank hemlock, but I ask, who is Socrates? I once quoted a line from Shakespeare, and a lady said, "But Hamlet said this." Hamlet never said that. Shakespeare wrote the verses and put the words in the mouth of a character he created and called Hamlet. St. Augustine once said, "What is now called the Christian religion existed among the ancients. They began to call Christianity the true religion, but it never existed." 34. Do you use affirmations and negations? Let us leave these schools of thought that use affirmations and negations. The best affirmation, and the only effective one, is an assumption that, in itself, implies the negation of the previous state. The best denial is total indifference. Things wither and die through indifference. They are kept alive through attention. You do not deny a thing by saying it does not exist. Rather, by recognizing it, you put feelings into it, and what you recognize as true is true for you, whether good, bad, or neutral. 35. Is it possible that someone looks dead and yet is not dead? General Lee was supposedly born 2 years after his mother, believed dead, was buried alive. Fortunately for her, she was not embalmed and buried in the ground, but in a storage room where someone heard her crying and released her. 2 years later, Mrs. Lee gave birth to a son who became General Lee. This is part of the history of this country. 36. How can someone who was disadvantaged in youth succeed in life? We are creatures of habit who form mental patterns that are repeated over and over again. Although habit acts as an irresistible law that drives us to repeat patterns, it is not a law because we can change patterns. Many successful men like Henry Ford, Rockefeller, and Carnegie were poor in their youth. Many of the great names in this country came from poor families, yet they left behind them great achievements in the political, artistic, and financial worlds. One evening, a friend of mine attended a meeting for young advertising executives. The speaker of the evening said to these young people, "Tonight I have only one thing to say to you, and that is to make yourselves great, and you cannot fail." Taking an ordinary fish jar, he filled it with 2 bags, one of English walnuts and the other of small beans. He mixed them with his hand, began to shake the jar, and said, "This jar is life. You cannot stop its shaking because life is a constant pulsation, living rhythm, but watch out." And as they watched, the large nuts reached the top of the jar, while the small beans fell to the bottom. Looking inside the vase, the man asked, "Which of you is complaining, asking why?" Then he added, "It is not strange. The sound is coming from the jar and not from outside." Abin is complaining that if he had the same environment as the nut, he too would have done great things, but he never had the chance. Then he took a small bin from the bottom of the jar and put it on top, saying, "I can move the bin by mere force, but I cannot stop the jar of life from shaking." And as he shook the jar, the small bin slid down again. Hearing another voice of complaint, he asked, "What do I hear? Are you saying I should have taken one of those big guys who thinks he's so great and put him on the bottom and see what happens to him? Do you think he will be just as limited as you, because he will be robbed of the possibility of great things as you are? Let's see." So the speaker took one of the large nuts and pushed it to the bottom of the jar, saying, "I still can't stop the shaking of the jar." And as the men watched, the large nut came back up again. Then the speaker added, "Gentlemen, if you really want to succeed in life, make yourselves great." My friend took this message to heart and began to assume that he was a successful entrepreneur. Today he is truly a great man, if you judge success by money. He employs over 1,000 people in New York. Each of you can do what he did. Assume now that you are what you want to be. Walk in that assumption, and it will be consolidated into real fact. 1. Judah, by the way, is the son of Jacob. 2. It is a Jewish holiday commemorating the exodus and liberation of the Israelite people from Egypt. This recording of the secret teachings to manifest your reality, Rare Conferences of Neville Goddard, by Neville Goddard, was presented by Stargate Book. Sound recording copyright 2023 and produced by Deep Send Limited 2023.